This show is intended for adult audiences. You know, people with bills, backaches, responsibilities, and a functioning sense of humor. It contains strong language, stronger opinions, and the kind of jokes that might send the emotionally fragile into a full-blown meltdown. If you're easily offended, perpetually outraged, or think words are violence, this is your cue to clutch your pearls, grab a blankie, and sprint to your nearest safe space. Or, you know, just get in the sea. We won't miss you. For everyone else, buckle up and let's have some laughs.
Rated D for dickhead.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
I'm gonna come.
Nice tits.
Yasu. Tit.
A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Baghanaga hooks. Humongous hungalonga no logongas.
I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people, and maybe say it's not a good thing.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Hello. I'm off. Basically, run.
What's going down, babes? Show me the lovin'.
Silence! You are too gay to be the doctor!
I'm wonderful, and I'm the most amazing person in the universe.
Exterminate!
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them. With the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
But hey, that's just a theory. A theory.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels.
Why are you running? Let's take some dope.
I am like,
I have had hallucinations on weed before.
if I get that high,
Them babies, Alyssa. Disabilities. I wanted to finish Elden Ring, goddammit.
He's a piece of shit.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
the reason why DEI was put in place in the first place was incredibly disingenuous. Racism and sexism, people being discriminated against. This was put in place to try and
Disillusion young dudes.
white men or straight people. Someone's getting a job over them that doesn't deserve it. People are missing out on jobs that deserve it more than a person who's getting it because they're a woman or because they're black. These people are making a lot of money, print money, cash, money,
Well,
capitalism. Raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Bad news.
There we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's WTF Live. That's right, buddy.
Indeed.
Woo! Absolute. The most energetic show you will see today, unless you happen to watch any other show today, because all of us, apart from apparently John, are freaking knackered. So
that is why I tried to give it a little bit extra boost. You know, I was like,
that's right, yeah. So we're all like, hey, oh boy. Yay.
I'm on the jet today.
Wake up, bitch. Come on, let's go. Let's do this. Let's fucking go. All right. Hello. Welcome back. Yes, as I said, it is WTF Live. And of course, it's Sunday. So that means it's Red Dwarf Day. And oh boy, do we have some episodes today. We have got the end of, well, basically everything. Everything we've known as the show's format for like the last 7 series. It's all getting thrown out and replaced with something else, and we'll see what that something else is in the next stream that we do together about Red Dwarf, which will be next week. But today we got to deal with the life and death situation that fucking happens to Lister with the Epideme virus, and then of course the tale of the nanomachines, which I knew would be happening, and I was very keen to see what John would make of it, because it's very much a blame Kojima episode. So we'll see what goes on with that. But that's where we're at today. The nanomachines, it turns out, are to blame for everything since pretty much the end of Series 5.
It's always the nanomachines.
Yeah, it's always the damn nanomachines. That's exactly right. So, yeah, there we go. We're going to go ahead and we're going to review 2 episodes of Red Dwarf, enjoy some quality television before Wet Side Story comes out in,
yay.
Like, I don't know, in about 24 hours time. And then we'll have to deal with that. So look forward to that one, ladies and gents. But before that, let's enjoy the fond memories of when British sci-fi used to actually be worth fucking watching. So we'll enjoy that. That's right. Anyway, we appreciate you being here. This is, of course, Will of the Fans. My name is Will. You know the drill. And we are going to get into it. Oh, yeah. There's a lot. And actually, like, watching them again, I always remember being really frustrated as watching Epideme in particular, because I just got into the show and then they're like, well, let's kill off the main character. So it's like, way, what the shit, but actually it really is a great episode. And the guy doing the voice for Epideme, he's the honey monster guy. He did so many voice accents, voiceovers. Yeah, his vocal range is something that even if I'd had like about a metric ton of coke, I wouldn't be able to do.
And you'll be
low energy, half asleep version of me that I am right now is not going to be able to do it justice at all. Just understand that this guy can go like and not have to actually do. Yeah, right, great, thank you. But that, like, if you have to do that every sentence that he has in the episode, you're gonna be dead by the end of it, unless you are flying high already. But there you go. That's the show we are gonna be doing for you guys. So let's get into it. But first, of course, let's have some intros. John, what's going on?
To be quite honest, not much of anything at the moment, other than just getting ready for today's show. It was a very low-key Saturday. We had an interesting Friday night. Toasty had to bow out early, so she gave me the keys to the Rumble studio as well as the EV Mux one. So ended up running the last half of the show without her there. Everything went fine, but because of that, Dan likes to buy me drinks on Fridays for these Friday night shows. So So I kind of had a little bit of the hair of the dog to get over the slight hangover that I had yesterday, and I held a can of White Russian back, and just kind of coasted through the day. I took a lot of naps, so I am actually fairly well rested, unlike everybody else here. So I didn't really do all that much other than watch these episodes again. So yeah, I don't really have anything else other to say, which is in some ways, possibly a good thing because it doesn't mean shit's falling apart. And, that's always good. I did find out that Roadkill got his new Steam Deck, his OLED model. So he will be sending me his old one. So I'm going to put Windows on that one once it arrives and really kind of jigger with how all this stuff works. Hopefully that'll make it for an even more optimal setup. So
yeah, nice.
Yeah,
So
I think, things are going quite well. I think so. With that said, let's fucking go and see if this guy's actually alive enough to.
Let's see if we can wake up, because we've got sick people and and dying people, and then people like me who spent pretty much the entire night last night streaming, and then morning. It was my old man's memorial stream, so I had to do that, and that kept me up, especially the people messaging me afterwards as well. It's
I can
crazy
imagine.
night. People phoning me from the UK. It's like, yeah, okay. And then I thought, okay, well, at least I can lie in, but nah, you gotta go. You gotta get up, and I gotta take care of the kids while like the wife is like taking the other able-bodied people and going to the cinema. So that's been a great day. It's been a great day. Watched a lot of Superman the animated series. Very good show. Anyway, forget about me. Rhoda, are you alive?
Vaguely. Yeah, I have spent roughly the last 36 hours in bed with flu. But I'm nice and dosed up. I should make it through the show. And yeah, rewatching these episodes did cheer me up. So
excellent. There you go. Short and sweet. All right. Thanks very much, Fan. But I appreciate that. And thanks for being here, of course. Wouldn't be right without you, really. So there you go. And last but not least, of course, Discuss Thing, Hellzo, making up our fourth on Sundays. How are you, dude?
I'm still hyper active in my brain from Friday. We had a concert with the band.
Oh, nice.
And officially, my name is on a band who has released an official album.
Well, there
it is like, this is a bucket list ever since I was 14, and it's checked off my list. I almost haven't slept for the last 2 days because whenever I sleep, I was dreaming in music and what was happening on stage. And then for the second band, we were front of stage, and it's a club stage with a lot of big speakers in front of us. And basically, I thought my brain was being leaked through my hair when the other people were blasting it. We had us, another punk rock band, and a ska punk rock metal mixed band with trumpets and everything. And it was like absolute crazy. And all of them were crazy good. Like especially the ska band. Like, we went for just 2 songs and we were crazy good. And they had to drive and stuff like that. Middle of the night. It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, I feel good. I feel fulfilled. And I watched the episodes today as well. And yeah, great episodes. Didn't quite feel like a season ender, even though it was a 2-parter.
Well, yeah,
they were great. They were great episodes. Yeah.
And it's as Rhoda pointed out, like last week or week before that, it's really just the first 2 parts out of a 5-parter. It's very much like a Doctor Who kind of serial spread across the end of Series 7 and the beginning of Series 8. So that's why things are unfinished, because then we are literally going to follow on from this, like the next moment.
It's like literally the next scene. It's like
they get
20
back,
seconds later.
Exactly.
The first episode, if it was acted in a different way, it would be like a Star Trek episode, because the plot was very good. Like the plot was solid, amazing. Yeah, it's actually a very potentially serious and like fulfilling plot, which kind of moves along with what the changes that Red Dwarf has been having since season 4 or 5 gradually. It's amazing. It's amazing. Like I really loved like the episode. Like the Damn it, the
The
names.
threat, the stakes, yeah.
No, the names of the episode. I'm terrible with names. But yeah,
Epideme and Nanarchy, yeah.
Epideme, yeah, like amazing. And again, the voice actor, pristine.
Yeah, that guy has got some fucking voice. That is crazy. But yeah, you're right. This is like about as serious as it really ever gets in Red Dwarf. Probably, yeah. I think that's fair to say. Can't think of anything that even really approaches the level of seriousness that you deal with in this. It's about as close as you ever get to a straight drama in this, where with of course life-threatening issues for Lister, and of course massive consequences, and then the consequences play out in the next episode and various things like that. Shout out to, of course, Chloe Annett playing Kachansky, who is about as badass as a female character can be without being annoying or like ham-fisted or girl bossy at all, you know.
Even though she does tend to say the worst thing at the worst time.
Oh yeah, she was.
Yes.
You know what that's called? That's called writing. That's called characterization. You know, you have a character who has like an upside and then some serious massive flaws. No one in Red Dwarf is allowed to be a perfect character. They can't.
That's right.
You know, they can't have these sorts of characters who are just hyper capable of everything. Every single one of them has to have some awful, massive flaw. And Kachansky's got a few of them. Besides just being a prissy little princess, she's also constantly putting her foot in it.
Yeah.
You know? So
they're not woke, like written by woke.
No, not remotely woke. No, not at all. And you get a little bit sort of more on the whole, you know, is she ever really going to just fuck the shit out of Dave and just sort of go like, hey, you know, let's have it. It's never gonna happen, but you know, this is about as close as he ever gets.
Yeah, although when they're sitting in the car and she's just like, you know, yeah, it's too sandy. Yeah, that was kind of like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Nonchalant.
Like, is my life going to be affected by this? Like, no. And he's like, well, what about sex? And she's like, not here. It's too sandy. Yeah,
hopefully, I get to be on the review of that, because sadly, I continue to be on limited time with you guys. There's some stuff going around. I actually had to, just before the show, I had to deliver 30 albums to the bass players because 30 people bought them like simultaneously. I was like, it's crazy, and I have a lot of stuff to do afterwards, and apologies in advance for that.
No problem, buddy. We've all got shit going on. It's been a weird weekend for me. I've had like no rest at all. Just trying to get, you know, through it. Really is probably the best way to phrase it. It's been so much shit going on. But on we must go. It is, of course, Sunday, and for some reason, even though we're all knackered, we've got to be here. We've got to do it. We're going to go through probably the last desperate trial of Dave Lister, and it's good, you know, especially when you consider where we've been from Lister being a complete and total sort of joke character to now absolute leading man kind of thing. You know, it's real evolution, and it's a great bit of TV. But before we get into that, of course, you know the drill, everybody. It is that show where we you know, beg, basically. No, I'm kidding. No, but we have some bars. They're here. Oh, that's the last bar. We need to close that one. But we do have the blue bar, of course, which is already at 15 now out of 50 when it comes to the Jackbox bar. So let's see how we do with that. We can start off, of course, with Disgusting using his 9 months of membership, shouting the Vindiluvian Empire is pleased, and of course the Vindiluvian Empire has pledged to exterminate us all. So thank you to also for once again bringing the diversity, representing the great, I want to say, people of Vindiluvia, whatever they are. We have no idea. We've never really seen anything but, you know, their faces. And that's probably because we know that they don't have bodies. They're just upside down heads. And that's fine. But you know what? That would be racist of me to say. So we're not going to say that. And of course, once again, for the glory of Vindiluvia, we salute you.
immediate
to exterminate us all.
Yeah.
I don't know
There it
why
is.
the Louis is my favorite, but like that little scene has done it all for me.
That's right. And of course, it is also 1 second. Oh no, that's fine. Okay. And of course, we have another gifted membership. Thank you. That's St. Hugo gifting one more for the Grift Force, one more for the princesses. We appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you very much, buddy. We appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and continue to fill this bar until such time as we are able to play Jackbox again, which will be whenever the hell that happens. We'll find out, I guess. I assume it won't be today. I think we're all too knackered. But hey, you never know. You can fill the bar. We'll be playing it tomorrow. Then that will be fine as well. And of course, Rhoda also now using a member chat. What's going on? The panelists are now using their member chats before we even start. Say, hey, Vindaloo, 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 nah. Oh my God. You know, I sort of roll my eyes at that song all the time. And yet, whenever there's a World Cup, even living here in the Philippines, whenever I was in like my local regular horn, the bar that my friend was he owned, the guy who just died, unfortunately. I'd get the remote. I'd end up being sort of the DJ for it. And of course, I would be playing, you know, Fat Les a lot. So, yeah, we had that. And of course, Frank Skinner and David Baddiel. Anything that's an England song, in other words, even though you never win anything. Just like Lister, actually. But there you go. We do appreciate it. And that should be really the national anthem of Vindaloo, except that actually it wasn't written yet. When the I say written. Do you think Vindaloo is a song that was actually written?
If it were. I'm pretty sure Alex James from Blur wrote the bass line.
Right, which is about what? 4 notes?
Yeah. Rose is probably pushing it.
You can buy the complete manuscript of Vindaloo. There you go. That'll be it. Just like literally half a page and some lyrics. Yeah. Hardly even worth committing to notation, but hey, we love it. It's glorious, and of course, it's for the glory of Vindaloo. Excellent. Yes, indeed. And there you go. That's it. We are caught up already. Wow. All right. Well, then let's just begin. I suppose we'll just start piling our way through these fucking episodes, and I'll get Red Dwarf on the screen. We are, of course, about to enter into the new era of post Doctor Who's Doctor Who, which would be the Wet Side Story. That's coming out tomorrow. We're gonna have to review it. We're gonna have to watch this piece of shit.
Yeah, Tuesday's gonna be fun, isn't it?
Just kill me. Just do it.
I don't think that's the word we're looking for.
Well,
fun is a word that people might use.
Yeah, it's like fun and then ERAL on the end of it, because that's basically what we'll be doing. Having a fucking funeral for not for Red Dwarf, for Doctor Who. Yeah. But we are not having a funeral for Red Dwarf, not yet. We are in fact going to be reviewing Series 7, Episode 7. The first time that's happened, actually. Yeah. Because they did decide to extend the series and do an 8-episode series, and then of course another 8-episode series with Series 8, because they were trying to. Well, I don't really know what happened. I think sometime between Series 7 and Series 8, the whole concept of the movie finally just died. They were never going to actually get it off the ground. I don't know why there was never a Red Dwarf movie. There should have been a Red Dwarf movie. It just wasn't on the cards, and no one could be bothered to finance it. Travesty, really. It would have been glorious. Imagine going in the cinema and watching these characters having all their adventures, but on the bigger screen with real effects. It would have been special.
Yeah.
But it was not to be. So instead what we got was an extended Series 7 and an extended Series 8. And Series 8 honestly could be a movie by itself, because it really does kind of serve as almost a reboot. If you'd wanted it to be a reboot, it would have worked as a reboot. But we're not there yet. We are still here, and we're going to be doing the most dramatic shit that will ever happen to Dave Lister. And of course, Mr. Sardock, the legend himself, with some legitimate currency. That's £2, baby. Yeah. That's
Every
right.
single person of, that's intelligent, hardworking, ambitious, had dreams and goals, has abandoned England in the last 200 years.
It says fun, fun, fun in the sun, sun, sun. There you go. We love it. For whatever reason, he's chosen to spell it with a PH. Anybody want to try and unpack that one, or is it just
I got nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing either. I'm knackered. We're all really dead today, guys. I'm sorry if we're gonna be really. I'm not very quick on my feet today, so we're just gonna go ahead and get into the episode. We do appreciate you, Sardock, of course, and to you people in the chat. What can I say? Fill the bars. I want to show you guys some tits. It's been a few days now. I think it was literally Wednesday or whatever.
I think I figured it out. It's phony fun. It's not real. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. That was the best we had, guys. Honestly, no, it really was.
There it is. Yeah,
it's amazing.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you for coming up with the spade. There we go. Thank you, Sardock. All right, let's do it then. Let's just get into it. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna review these bloody episodes, and I'm gonna get this on the screen so that we can begin. And Epideme, it's going to take time. Epideme is such a good episode. As I said before, I've said many times now, I hated this when I first saw it. Like, I loved it. I thought it was very funny. But I also had this sort of back of my mind kind of like, you bastards, I just found this show and now you're trying to kill off the main character and you're chopping off his arm and oh, God. So it really annoyed me. Plus, I was like 12, so all I really wanted was for Kachansky to get her tits out. And I just knew that was never going to happen. So I had to wait 28 years to do it with AI. Which I can't show you, unfortunately. But there you go. Anyway, there we go. We can begin, though. We have the script. We have everything. I'm pretty sure that's all the preamble dealt with. So there you go. There we go. We can begin. So, Series 7... I can't believe we're at the end of Series 7 already, actually.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's pretty fast.
Considering how long Series 7 is, it feels like it's taken longer to get through, less time to get through Series 7 than the others. I don't know why it feels that way. Just that's how it feels to me. Like we've just sort of shot through it as opposed to all the others, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
A lot more kind of slick, really. I think is why it flows a lot faster. Like from about halfway through Series 6, really, it's just like the editing's a lot more on point, and there's just seconds.
Yeah, and also there's the
filming as well.
Right, yeah, it's a different camera style and stuff like that as well.
Yeah,
but interestingly, we do kind of get to.
It's also kind of the shift in the narrative pacing, going from these effectively bottle episodes that you could almost see disconnected, but still have make sense to something that was very serialized.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. And also, it does sort of tie off an arc that we didn't realize we were in, because of course we're gonna go like the arc we're in right now literally ends where Series 5 ended. Right, but before they lost Red Dwarf, the last episode of that was back to reality, and we're literally going to go back to reality by the end of this. Literally, back to the exact same area of space, which requires them to like go into stasis and stuff like that. It's getting gradually just sort of more and more high concept and complicated, and that literally is. I think that's like the last time that will happen. After that, it becomes kind of like a who gives a fuck anymore kind of shit. But we'll see. Anyway, we catch up with Starbug then as they are entering the orbit of a planet made literally of ice, and it's got a really nice couple of effects. If you actually look at the movement on the atmosphere is moving over it's like imposed over the actual structure of the landscape on the planet, and that's where we're at now with Red Dwarf. Remember when they literally only had model shots and trumpets?
Yeah,
right.
And when they had
although we're getting that back again today as well. So there we go. But now you've got actual effect shots, actual CGI, and it's come a long way, you know, and it'll get better again before the end. But anyway, here we go. And as we approach the planet, Cat says, "What is it?" What is that thing? And Kachansky says, "Astro Glacier, allotropically modified, surrounded by an envelope of luminous gases." I'm sorry, what are we watching again? So Cat goes, "Thanks, that's most helpful." And then he turns to Lister and literally says, "What is it?
What is it?"
Says, "To you, a big iceberg." She says, Kachansky says, "I studied them in my first year in the Corps, but I've never seen one this close before. Isn't it incredible? Look at those crystalline formations. They're Fabaru."
Fabaru. I think that's one of those things that women can really only get away with saying.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where she's like not supposed to be listened to.
Right.
Like, well, Fabaru, and it's like, huh? Yeah, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Up and navigate the ship or get him out, you know. But there we go. Anyway, so she's really geeking out over the fact that they're on this ice planet, and Lister kind of mocks her for it. He says, "You think all this sciencey stuff's really interesting, don't you? I bet at school you were always the one with the right colored pencils and the impossibly neat handwriting. I bet you even now you can probably tell us the average rainfall of the oil-rich coastal lowlands of Venezuela." And she, first of all, she's doing her eyebrow raise, as you can just about see between my head and my hand in the watermark. It's
actually right in there, right?
It is right in there, right where I wanted to be when I was 12.
Right. That's perfect spacing and everything. You see lift.
Yep. But it's true though, you know. She's sort of like, "Oh yeah, Fabaru, this is really cool," and he just rips her to shreds, kind of in this, you know. But the funny thing is, he's not wrong. She says, "No, I couldn't. I've no idea." And then literally about a beat later, she goes, "All right, 3.4 inches. So what? Unlike you guys, my greatest accomplishment isn't a line on a loo wall somewhere marketing my highest ever P." So, yeah.
It would have been weird if it was.
Yeah. Well, for a woman, yeah. You have to do a handstand for something like that.
There was that limerick about the young woman from Ealing, wasn't there?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes. We could on the ceiling, of course. Indeed. Anyway, that's true. Fucking hell, I miss limericks. I haven't heard a good limerick in my life.
Right. They're fun.
Yeah, that's true. They're a chosen type of comedy. Anyway, for some reason, Crichton with my eyebrow like that looks like he's having a stroke, by the way, right now. It's kind of interesting. But there you go. Crichton says, "Why? I'm fully..." Oh, that's right. He says, "I'll have you know, Mom, I too possess qualifications." He's still beefing with Kachansky, at least for now. At least until he gets designated as a woman in Series 8, and then they become good friends. I mean, he technically doesn't have a penis, so we'll get to that. But yeah, he says, "I too possess qualifications." And the cat says, "What qualifications have you got, me tender as a head?" He says, "Why, I'm a fully qualified bachelor of sanitation. You may not know this, sir, but many years ago, I completed my course at Toilets University." Which is, by the way, almost like synonyms. That like two words that are synonymous with each other. Toilet University.
Indeed.
Which university did he go to? All of them. Toilet University.
Yeah.
Where he studied the lavatorial sciences.
Also, social justice studies.
That's right. Yeah, he studied DEI. He studied critical theory,
Media literacy,
the laboratorial sciences, media literacy, at
Community
Toilet
management.
University. Indeed,
No,
yes.
cubicle management.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Kachansky shits on him back and says Toilet University is just a piece of software. It's a part of your core program. He says, I still had to complete a written examination to indicate the program was successfully installed. Most interesting. Did you know, for instance, that the first siphon and valve flushing system was patented in 1778 by Joseph Bremen, whose U-bend curvature equations are still in list goes, Crichton! Like, yes, sir. He's like, can this story maybe wait? Ideally until after I'm dead. Which is funny, because that may well happen in this episode.
Indeed. It's good to know that Crichton has all these scientific, facts about toiletries that we've just now begun to discover.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're gonna learn all about toilet core directives, and stuff like that. No, we're not. Thank God.
No, he's already got it out of his system by now.
Oh, at least you didn't say cistern.
Well,
That would have
shit
been
bed
worse.
with that one, dude.
Yeah. Are we gonna do shit puns now?
You started it. I don't know if we have time for that crap.
Christ. No one does have time.
That's
for
a
that.
lot of shit to show.
It's
Not even
delirious.
puns.
One
They're
worse than usual.
It's just bad comments.
I
That's
think,
not
I think
even
we got ourselves
puns.
into a shitty situation.
All right. Wipe it up. Let's keep moving.
Flush it down.
Oh. All right, that's it. I'm out. Later.
Sorry, well, you started that. You started that with Kachansky shitting on him back.
Yes, that's true. I did. I pulled the lever on that one.
That's right. This is the nugget that won't flush.
No, stop.
For the love of God. Really? This is what we do now? All right. Whatever. Anyway,
comedy.
Jesus Christ, here we go. Here we go.
Oh.
That's right, guys. Super chat. If you want a super chat, I won't care. I'm honor bound to read them. So please feel free to send us all the toilet puns you can think of in the form of super chat, and I will have to read them. As Sardoc has figured out by saying for £2 that he's not impressed with this. Says, can we flush these puns down the loo already? Well, apparently not.
It's a little backed up.
Not. Seems like no matter what we do, they're just going to keep floating back up. There we go.
Yeah, even if we shut one person down, someone else is going to put out their stool.
No, it's not a yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I think it's funny that we've had to do this arc without having Rimmer for the last, for the last 4 episodes. Well, most of the last 4 episodes, and of course, now we're at this point where Rimmer's gone, and the only person who can possibly be as an annoying and an anal retentive as Rimmer is actually Crichton, not Kachansky.
Mm-hmm.
She's much better adjusted to the life on the ship than Crichton is already.
She's
so,
almost overly capable.
Yes, indeed, that's true. She's almost a little bit of a Deus Ex Machina. If she were written 20% worse, she'd be Rey Skywalker, Rey Palpatine. But she's not. She, like I said, she's got a character. She has flaws, which is brilliant. It doesn't hurt that she's fucking fit too, And so most of us, well, who watched it when it was on TV were pubescent,
Well,
pubescent
I do like
males.
In the whole way of good writing, being overcapable is actually a flaw, and that is something people used to understand, and now it's
now it's like
the core of most people's character.
Yeah, it's a replacement for actual character writing now. Whereas in this show, it is a flaw definitely on Starbuck to be hyper qualified when you're supposed to be an idiot. That's the point. That's the joke with Kachansky, is that she shouldn't be here. She's far too qualified for this shit. But there we go. Anyway, and then the cat says one of the cat's probably best ever lines. Really, he says, "Well, speaking personally, I hardly didn't get no formal education at all." And Lister says, "No kidding, Professor." He says, "No, it's true. That's why sometimes I don't know stuff like, well, practically everything." It's poor cat, man. He really is kind of just like relegated in this series to like the punchline guy, where like, quick, we've been too dramatic for like too many minutes. We need a guy to come in and blow the fucking drama out the window with some random one-liner. And to be honest, the cat definitely excels at that, because there's bugger all character you've actually got to work with the cat. So you might as well turn him into a one-man punchline machine. And that's what he's become now. And I welcome it, frankly.
But at least what he said is said with earnest, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. He does say it in that he plays it like sort of almost seriously, you know? But he, of course, it's poetic license that he's actually less literate in what he's saying now than he normally would be. But there we go. Anyway, so Kachansky says, "So what do we do about the ice?" And Crichton says, "Well, water supplies are low, Mom. If the ice is uncontaminated, it might prove quite useful." She says, "Okay, standard SCP, scan and log." Crichton says, "Locking on, scanning and logging." "Oh, extraordinary." Lister says, "What is
Logging?
it?"
Oh, we were done with the toilet puns.
Fuck.
God.
Rolls downstairs.
Before we go,
dog.
Before we go too far, you do have one more super chat, I think.
Do we? Oh, yes, that's right. We got another one. Just boom, immediately. It's James, baby. It's James O.P. for $2. Says it's always the same kind of crap. Different day. Can I just flush myself? No, we appreciate you, man. Of course we do. Yes, yes, it is always the same kind of crap. Different day. Thank you. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Let's see if we can fill a whole bar with just toilet references. Why not? Anyway, there we go. So they are indeed scanning and logging. And he says, extraordinary. Lister says, what is it? He says, there's something buried deep at the heart of the Astro Glacier. Some kind of object. It's huge. Just processing. Lister says, well, he says, it's a starship. And so there we go. We get some really nice sort of channeling of the Empire Strikes Back here with Starbug flying along these nice sort of glacial backgrounds. Kind of almost expect to see some AT-ATs walking through there, you know. But not today, because what we're going to get instead is a little bit of Romero zombie horror instead. Which actually really I didn't like when I was a kid, because this was like 1 year after Resident Evil 1 ripped me apart from the inside with that first zombie. So anything even a little bit undead scented would put me on edge. So I was genuinely a bit worried when I saw the feet hit the ground, let's just say that. But there you go. Anyway, so Lister's blasting through a door on board this derelict ship. And I don't know why I cared now, but for some reason I did. The fact that there's no recoil on the bazookoid feels like he should have sort of gone poof, you know, when he fired it. But that's not how it went. But anyway, that's really beside the point. He says this place is harder to get into than an airline chick in Kiev. It's a pretty damn good line, actually. It is. It just sort of, I think it's almost a little too formulaic. Like for me, I was like, wow, what must it be like to have almost every line of, like every word you ever say be some kind of punchline? I just have to ask the cat. But there you go. So as they proceed further down the stairs and into the main sort of, I don't know what area it is, this big chamber, Crichton says, it's the Leviathan, sir, a 23rd century JMC supply ship. Engines are dead, Power overload. Looks like they were running from something. Wait, I'm picking up a life sign. Lister says, are you absolutely sure? He says, certain. So we've got a lot of dead people, frozen corpses hanging out. And it's not a pleasant place. It just seems like the places they go at this point are always just these dead, derelict ships. Like there's nothing else in the universe, and that's Red Dwarf doing what Red Dwarf does. You know, the whole concept that there's not going to be any aliens or anything like that in this series. It's always just going to be man-made ships with man-made crews, and so at this point, literally, no matter where they go, that all they encounter is dead people.
Right.
And that's been the case, Jesus, since what? Series 5? I think. I guess with the exception of Legion, but then he's not really a
no, they never the people are dead. They do inhabit a few other kind of life forms and whatnot. Of course, the Gelfs and stuff.
Gelfs are alive. Legion was alive, but well, technically. But they mostly just encounter dead bodies on ships, whether they're frozen ships or burning ships or whatever. But that's what we get, and it does get played up because they're kind of almost coding the scene to be a little bit scary. Just we're still making jokes, but the scene is creepy.
Yeah, still pretty atmospheric.
Yeah, definitely. And Kachansky says she's never seen anything like this. Lister says you weren't around for my last party, were you? Fair enough. And then we get this sudden moment where Lister falls to his knees and goes, oh my God. And Kachansky's like, what is it? What is it? And he screams, the back of my neck, a great big gob of ice water. It was wet and horrible. And it's very funny because you assume that like something terrible has happened to Lister. Not yet. We will though. And actually, excuse me, there are some opportunities here to equate what does happen to Lister if they'd had the ball to go through, like to the Future Echoes episode, right? The series 1. That. But there you go. So yeah, literally he falls and even like the sound effects, the music sort of changes like this sort of noise as something how you feel like, oh my God, only for it to be thrown completely under the bus by the fact that it was just literally a drip of ice water that managed to make it all the way down apparently to his arse crack, because he says, it went right down into me crevice. So yeah, me crevice. Right, yeah.
Me crevice.
And once again, Kachansky is unimpressed with Lister. Well, one of these days, but not today. Anyway, we continue onwards, and the cat clocks a great big block of ice with a body inside it and says, hey guys, check this out, there's a woman in there. Of course, the cat, still very much a virgin, it seems, waiting for an opportunity with a real woman as opposed to a CGI version of a woman,
Indeed.
Or indeed a mermaid with a fish head and human legs.
maybe we'll get. Actually, no. That would be the only good thing that could come from Wet Side Stories if Cat shows up and gets his end away.
Daddy John Jules just sort of walks onto the set and screws the fish. Yeah, fish. Trout a la creme. It's that line.
Today's trout is creamed.
That's right. Today's fish is trout a la cum. Enjoy your meal. Disgusting. Anyway, there we go. So, Crichton, I know I said disgusting. Crichton says, just locating her JMC ident chip. Caroline Carmen. According to the scan, the handy dandy don't leave home without it all-purpose doodad that allows you to turn basically everything into a MacGuffin. She is an officer who was formerly on Red Dwarf. And Lister says, I remember her. she just got reposted to Titan. And Kachansky, interestingly here, kind of goes on the defensive, you know? And it's that will they, won't they thing that's going to be abandoned in like an episode or two. She literally is like, you knew her? He says, yeah, she made a pass at me once. She says, I don't believe you. A supply officer never go out with you, which I find very interesting because as she is the main navigation officer of Red Dwarf, she shagged the shit out of Lister for 3 weeks. So
yeah, well,
why
maybe
does she think that?
Because maybe she's the only one who's supposed to have a bad boy vibe, but that's a woman.
Typical
thing.
bloody woman, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're very quick to judge. Like, you know, she's basically saying he's not good enough for a woman of class and quality, and yet she herself went there. Yeah,
Or she's just
typical
jealous
bloody
that
woman.
maybe someone else got his eye.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, she is literally just jealous, yeah. But the point is that she's not only jealous, she's out of jealousy throwing him under the bus again, but also kind of herself, because
women are an interesting bag of contradictions.
Exactly. Yes, indeed. And that is the point. She is jealous that somebody else wanted Lister at some point.
Yeah.
Even though she herself doesn't want Lister, even now. There we go. Anyway, of course, Lister, being Lister, decides to react to this in the most immature way you possibly can, and sort of double and triple and quadruple down on the boast. From she made a pass at him, he then says, oh yeah, actually me and Karen had quite a thing going there for a really long time. So we've gone like it's high school shit. He made a pass at him and now he's inventing a relationship when literally a moment earlier, a beat earlier, he said she made a pass at him once.
Right.
Now
But
he's saying that they had a relationship and still getting her name wrong.
Hey, you have to seize upon those opportunities when you get them, because you know
The opportunity to be petty and spiteful to your ex.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So he says, yeah, me and Karen had quite a thing going there for a really long time. And she says, Caroline. He says, Caroline, yeah. Karen's my pet name for her. So we've gone from she made a pass at him once to they had a relationship and he can't remember her name. To he had a pet name for her, which was literally just one syllable less. Karen. From Caroline to Karen. Okay. And, you know, the name Karen's been ruined forever at this point, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Because even when he said it, I was thinking, oh God, don't go out with a Karen.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe that's why it didn't work out.
At this point.
Maybe she started off as Caroline and became Karen. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, much in the same way I always tell people, you know, I married the monkey. I got divorced from Melinda because Monkey was just the kind of pet name that I had for her, but she wasn't anywhere near the
married
same.
a monkey?
Her initials were MK, and so just Monkey.
Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Milton Keynes?
Yeah. But that somehow turned into Monkey. And so it was even in the phone book listed as John and the Monkey when I was when phone books existed. Yeah.
For God's sakes, why?
They asked, what do you want it to be listed under? I was like,
I said John and the Monkey.
John and the
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. That's about as close as I've ever come to sympathizing with your ex. So
she was there with me. She thought it was a hilarious idea.
I know. I'm just
come on.
Of course, we all have stupid names we call each other. And I have that kind of thing with my wife as well, of course. Yeah, we do. We have weird pet names for each other and stuff that we never use anymore, but we did at one point, you know. So fair enough. John's monkey aside. So now Lister is going to triple down because having just called her Karen and then having to make up the idea that he had a pet name for Caroline Carmen. My pet name was Karen. Kachansky says, I don't believe a word. He says, Caroline Carmen and me, believe it. sexually, we were just so compatible. In fact, whilst he's such a child, you know, he's really going for it. He's really trying to felt Kachansky. It's not going to work. It's not going to work, Lister. The reality here is the you know, the endless condition of the terminally celibate, dare I say, incel male, in that you can't get one over on her because you are trying to get your leg over with her. So as long as she has that over you, the fact that you want to fuck, she's always going to win, and you're always going to look like a dick for doing what you've done. So
Right
anyway,
now,
it doesn't matter.
What do you think is the bigger chill in the room? Lister, like the actual room itself, or Lister putting this whole situation on ice and just cooling down any kind of...
Oh yeah, right now I'd say that the way Lister's acting, the coldest spot in the entire room is between Kachansky's legs.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, so first she made a pass at him, then they had a thing going for a really long time, then he has a pet name for her, and finally they're sexually just so compatible. He says, in fact, while I was dating her, the two women in the quarters next door nicknamed her Carmen Moans. All right, I'll give you that one. Very good, because you could ask her if she was still alive, and Crichton says, she is, sir. The life side appears to be coming from this very spot. And of course, immediate backpedal as he says, oh, does it? Well, she might not remember me immediately. She might have amnesia. The cat says, amnesia? Says, yeah, ice does that. And then he looks at Crichton like he's, come on, Crichton, go along with it. And Crichton looks at him like, yeah, okay. So literally, ice gives you amnesia, apparently.
Yeah.
And then he goes, isn't that right, Crichton? And he's like, oh, I don't recall hearing that, sir. He goes, you see, it's affecting him already. Anyway, he says, okay, let's get her back to the bug. And so they do, of course. They bring Caroline Carmen on board, the big fatal mistake of Lister.
All right.
You definitely did not want to bring this woman on board.
Yep.
But he will get, you know, obviously we get a moment of true actual heroism from Kachansky in this episode, which is really cool. I think, and I think when I was watching it earlier today, I was thinking, I'm going to go ahead and try and be as uncharitable as I can and see if there's a moment in here where she sort of becomes a girl boss or something like that. But no, never happens. Kachansky just being fucking awesome, really. So anyway, there we go. Everyone's present. They're in the sick bay, of course, on Starbug, and Crichton walks in and says he's been water siphoning process from the Leviathan. Any change here? Cat says it doesn't make sense, but the ice won't melt, and this room's hotter than an English beer. And by the way, like when it comes to insulting European countries, or their, well, UK's never been Europe, no matter what Americans think. But I think it's fun that finally they ran out of countries to insult, but they ended up having to turn on the English, literally. And that is, of course, the oldest
and ending the cycle.
Exactly. You've completed the whole pack. You've collected you've caught them all now, you know.
Indeed.
So congratulations, you are the Pokemon master of European put downs. And it's true though. Like, well, actually, it's not true. It's not true, Rhoda, is it? The idea that the English beer is hot.
No,
like, that's just that we've never, as far as I'm aware, ever served hot beer.
No, it was something I believe it came from the Australians. Left adverts trying to say, oh, you wouldn't want a warm beer, would you? Like,
Right.
just because they weren't actually refrigerated, because the cellars underneath the bar were actually actual
Already
cellars that
cold,
were really cold anyway.
Exactly. Yes.
So
when
they
the
weren't
beer comes out,
actually refrigerated, but they were cold.
right?
If it weren't for
Yeah,
beer, we wouldn't have discovered refrigeration.
Probably not. It's true though. I mean, the first thing that like needs addressing there is the fact that we're only talking about like ale. That's the only thing, the one that you literally pump to pour a pint. That is the stuff that literally is underground in kegs that are not chilled because they get cold underground.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're ordering like a lager from a tap, first of all, there's no pumping necessary because it's already fizzed. And secondly, no, that is served even in the UK at like 2 degrees.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, we don't. We feel the same way as everyone else. I don't know where this reputation came from, but fuck it, it's just fun that they're no longer in.
You know, a morning after half flat kind of Guinness in the morning is not terrible, but that's about the only.
That's true.
That's about the only time that you can kind of really give an exception in regards to.
Oh yeah, that's a stout. So it almost it's more like an ale than a.
Yeah,
it's closer to that than a lager. Lager's like served fucking chilled and also fizzy as fuck. Whereas stout, you know, when you pour a pint of Guinness, like, and you let it sit and level out so that you get the white and the black. Like literally that first sip, you need like, if you don't take that first sip and you let that pint sit there for like a minute, you're basically going to need a fork.
Yeah.
to drink that shit. You know?
You can have beer and bread.
Yeah, like literally, you could turn it upside down. It's got a vacuum, you know. Well, not quite, but you know what I mean. But anyway, there you go. So I just think it's fun that we finally turned around. They ran out of European countries to felt, so they literally had to just go ahead and felt themselves. So this room's hotter than an English beer. And Lister says he's right. The temperature's been a constant 90 degrees, and yet she's still completely cold and unresponsive. And Crichton says, what about Miss Carmen?
There it is.
Yeah, got her.
Got her.
That's right. Got her, baby. That's right. There we go.
Apply aloe to the burnt area.
And I remember I was watching it earlier on, and I don't remember laughing at that line when I was like young, when I first, because I didn't really get it until I get it now, you know, obviously.
Quite the icy reception.
Responsible. And what about Miss Carmen? You know, because of course talking about Kachansky, and then of course they both like oversell the joke that they would probably have got away with if they both didn't descend to like adolescent sniggering right behind Kachansky on either side, like you know?
It's almost Beavis and Butthead-esque.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So there we go. They both start laughing behind her back, or either side of her. There's Crichton. You can see him on the left.
Dude, she's shooting some ice daggers right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, she's looking at it. He's like, he's like really proud of that one,
right?
And by the way, Crichton, at what point did Crichton become this? You know, where he walks in and makes these snide comments. The guy who couldn't say smeghead about Rimmer can make jokes about Kachansky being a fucking ice queen. Yeah,
This is the true power of AI.
it is. It's true. Eventually, he's like, because he's in the future, of course. He's not been built yet. So when Crichton was built, this is after I revolutionized the entire world with AI boobies. So, you know, whatever that ends up being. But there you go. Anyway, he says, I was talking about Miss Carmen, Lister says, which I think we didn't need that line, to be honest. I think they could have just probably done better to leave it at that. Like, you know, you didn't need the line to just be like, we got it, dog. Okay, we got it. You know, at least
this might be. You could argue though that this is Lister trying to still be in play. Like, oh look, he's
of course
trying too hard. He's white knighting, and this is not. You know,
it's fucking. Dare I say it? Incel behavior. You know, he's simping. But there you go. Anyway, he Crichton turns away and he shakes his shoulders, overplaying his joke. Lister joins in with it. Kachansky literally just rises above it and ignores it. She's like, whatever, I don't fucking care about these idiots. So she literally gets back to her. She's like, maybe we should, she says, it's as if the body's generating the ice as a form of protection, which is literally what it is doing. Correct. Very good. Lister says, maybe we should just laser it. And Crichton says, recommend we wait until the chemical analysis results are completed in the morning, sir. Any hasty lasering, could result in lasting damage to the body. And the cat says, do you really think she's still alive in there? And Kachansky says, she must be. And yeah, she's not wrong.
What I'm getting confused about here, though, is that they're calling it the body and they're also saying she's still alive.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, that's true.
Well,
I suppose it's because they don't know, you know,
Right.
most things that they encounter are
she
dead.
must be.
Yeah,
It's Schrodinger's frozen lady.
right. Exactly. It literally is Schrodinger's frozen lady. Yeah, and to be fair, unless and until they do prove otherwise, she might as well to them be a body because that is all they ever really encounter. Fox Hills is asking, where the fuck is chat today? I know, right? I don't know. I literally don't know. It's mostly us.
Maybe it's not just the people on the panel that are kind of having a low point day.
I think everyone's got a hangover today. All right, fair enough. I suppose that's all right. But there you go. Anyway, so literally, no sooner has Kachansky said she must be still alive than we dissolve, I think, to the ice literally shattering, falling down, and we get fucking zombie feet on the ground. And I think that was the moment I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, zombie, 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 no. And then the next scene happens, which is why it totally throws any fear you might have had under the bus by making a complete joke about all of it.
Yeah. To be fair, it could also have been all the toilet humor. I mean, there's just a whole bunch of shitty puns. And that's got everybody just kind of really.
Anyway, for the decomposing
Heart in the wind.
Devoid of any blood or adrenaline, these feet are on the ground, driven by an unknown force. The woman finds herself outside the sleeping quarters, and you get some real doomy, boomy music during this, like da da da. A cut to Lister, where you can hear the twinkling of a lullaby, or not even a lullaby, like a mobile.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like just literally blink. Plunky plunky like that while Lister's asleep, and then back to da 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 dinky 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 dink like that. So you know the using literally the juxtaposition of sounds, of course, with the shot, counter shot, etc.
I found the character model really, really gross. Like,
so did I. They did a really good.
It literally makes me retch.
Yeah, me too. Especially when the teeth thing happens. I remember looking at that and going, "What the fuck?" Like that. Literally, I was 12, and that would kill my erection. You know.
Mm-hmm. Souvenir.
Yeah. Oh. You know, we'll get to that in just a moment. But there is a funny story about it. Of course, there is. So here she is, and she looks truly awful. By the way, I think she was the makeup artist or prop manager or whatever it is that, you know, the lady who plays Caroline Carmen is in pretty much all of the Red Dwarf behind the scenes specials for each series. They just literally didn't have an actress to play Caroline Carmen, so they just literally put it on her to do it. And it's kind of funny, really, because she's not a short lady. She's taller than Lister. You know, so it gives you the sort of impression of some heft. You know, she's got a bit of weight on her. But regardless, we're going to get, of course, the scene that, you know, again, it's toying with you, the viewer, who are at this point, I'm almost certain they were like, okay, so teenage boys, teenage boys will be watching this. So let's let's make it so that any sort of desire you might have had to see Lister get his end away is sorry, what?
No, I was yawning because he yawned.
Oh yeah, I know. We're all dead today, guys. I'm so
Contagion.
sorry. We're deader than Caroline.
Not quite as dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she is dead. That's the thing. We'll find out soon that she's compelled to live only by one thing, and that will be gone very soon. So she's going to be dead very soon.
Yeah.
John?
She just needs to reconnect with Lister, you know?
Yeah.
Held.
Yeah, he kind of bought himself this one by boasting about shagging her. Because now here she is, and she looks like that, like walking cancer. So, yeah, there it is. Anyway, as we continue, she keeps trudging along through Starbug as Lister is asleep in his quarters, and finally we get this. You can see it already beginning behind his bed. And I know. I remember every time I see this, I'm like, like it's. I think it's because you think how much of her is falling off in those sheets right now.
Yes. Oh God,
she's truly getting naked,
right? Like she's literally got this like leprosy face, and you think, what did her ear fall off in there or whatever? Well, that's funny.
I mean, if nothing else, I mean, Lister's about to get a piece, at least
a
one.
piece of something, yeah. And so he's got one eye open here, and he's thinking, oh, finally, we're going to go ahead. As someone's crawling into bed with him under the sheets, and he goes, well, this is a bit of a turn up, isn't it? Eh? You just couldn't stay away, could you, Chris? And then he goes, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? And starts laughing as the hideous form of Caroline Carmen pulls out Lister's long johns and throws them on the floor. And he says, oh, well, he says, oh, what makes you so damn sure I'm interested? You dumped me, remember? You think you could just jump right in my bed and I'm yours? He says, well, as it happens, you're right. But let me tell you, it was a pretty close thing. None of which matters because he's actually in bed with this. Fucking hell, man.
It's like when you like hit on a girl in a club. She's very nice, very, very touched up, and then the next morning
you get her home and she's a real bruiser. Yeah.
Her whole makeup is off on the pillow, and
makeup smeared. Of course, mascara down her face.
Yeah, Coyote arm time, chew it off and run away.
Lipstick ring around your cock.
This is like the morning after with a club girl.
Exactly, it is. Yeah, except it's the moment of, not the morning after. And so there we go. And of course, it's disgusting because if you want to make a guy watching this feel as like intimately savaged as possible, you get two things and put them together: sex and death. Like sex is like a life-affirming thing, but with a dead woman.
Indeed.
Not good.
Someone out there is saying would, by the way. Someone out there is definitely saying would while watching this.
Oh, someone is, yeah. No, she's not actually a bad-looking lady, the actress. The character, on the other hand, I mean, literally, it's like
I'm saying about the character,
right? I mean, she looks like a walking case of athlete's foot. She is.
It's like a mutated blue waffle.
Oh fuck! It's not even Jackbox. I'm making blue waffle references.
I mean, considering that she did just thaw out, it very likely could be.
Oh no! Oh mate, you must have one hell of a cold body temperature, and yet Lister still thinks it's Kachansky. None of which matters.
Well, they did make the joke that she's still stone cold.
Well, yeah, I suppose maybe there's that. But anyway, Lister says, well, I guess what makes you think I'm interested? You dumped me. Well, as it happens, you're right. But that was a close call there, Kachansky. If you hadn't jumped into bed with me right now, you probably wouldn't have had a chance with me, you know? Complete bollocks. But whatever. The hideous spectre pulls off Lister's long johns and throws them on the floor. And finally, oh, Jesus. And he literally goes, it's good to feel your sweet breath against my neck again. Except, of course, it's this thing that's trying to, like, eat his ear. And you kind of got to wonder why she didn't immediately just bite his ankle or something.
That's what I was going to ask. Why did she go immediately for that? Is the virus horny with something?
It's because it's poetic license, of course, you know, to have it send up a
only
sex
zombies all the way.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, it's good to feel your sweet breath against my neck again, says Lister, as the decomposing rotten mouth of Caroline Carmen begins to nibble on his ear, which probably should have been enough, considering that the ultimate goal of the thing that's keeping her alive is to get to a living body.
Right.
Well,
you know?
Yeah.
I think perhaps it's also like partially to do with wanting Lister to kind of take it voluntarily, like not realize what's going on, so he's not immediately thinking, oh shit, I've got a virus on it, I need as much time as possible to try and find out how to get rid of it.
Oh yeah, no,
I think it's kind of like
totally
trying to be
his pants down. Pardon.
Maybe he's the curry concentration in his ear and the blood there, you know, it's just it's got a little bit more resistance.
Oh yeah, for sure. But anyway, it's fucking literally working out the scientific logistics of having a zombie breathing on your ear in a sexual context. But there we go. Anyway, so as this is happening, suddenly you get a dunk, dunk, dunk on the door, and Lister gets up and goes, Smeg, it's Crichton, quick, quick. So he throws the blanket over, and he throws Caroline into the shower, into his shower. Literally, quick, in the shower. And in the darkness, he throws the blanket over Chris and launches her into the shower. Grabs a towel, ties it around himself, still going, Smeg, as he opens the door finally, and Crichton says, are you alone, sir? Now, of course, we've mocked Crichton for being a bit of a cockblock in the past, but also for his obsession with whether or not Dave is going to get to fuck Christine Kachansky, which no is the answer. But nonetheless, Crichton is still definitely very much afraid of losing Lister to Kachansky. So he literally shows up at his door and says, are you alone, sir? And he says, yeah. He says, well, I just thought I'd do some dusting. I thought I'd just come in and dust your quarters. And he says, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, man. He says, yes, well, this is an emergency. This is emergency dust, you see, sir. My sensors have picked up vast quantities of dust in this region, and I simply must dust right now. So Lister tries to block him.
I almost get the sense that this isn't the first time that these 2 a.m. Night like cleanings have happened.
Dust raid.
Definitely.
In recent weeks.
Right. I mean, you are supposed to assume that it doesn't happen, though, because it is, of course, just Crichton being there because he doesn't want Kachansky to shag Lister, because if Kachansky shags Lister, then Lister's going to fall in love and throw Crichton under the bus in Crichton's mind, you know? So there we go. Anyway, Lister says, I'll take the risk, man. And he says, I simply can't allow that, sir. I can't do that, Dave. And he pushes past Lister and sort of barges into his room, only to not proceed to dust at all, but instead, of course, just do an ad hoc forensic examination of the room. Where
it's
he
like
says,
a jealous wife, you know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like that's what it is, basically. He says, oh, I see. Double bed mode. Says, I'll just dust inside your wardrobe, sir. And walks over to the wardrobe and he goes, under your spare bunk duvet, maybe. And finally, he says, in your other wardrobe. And Lister says, Crichton, man, I'm trying to get some kip. Says, she's in here, isn't she? Says, I don't know what you mean, man. Now, at this point, you know that it's not Christine Kachansky that's in his room. It is, of course, Caroline Carmen. Lister thinks it's Kachansky, and Crichton thinks it's Kachansky, but, you know, it's not. So he has a little melty melt. He goes, you promised me you wouldn't like her more than me. You promised. We've got the voice again, the whiny voice.
Mm-hmm.
And Lister says, well, Crichton, man, like, look, it's different, you know. He says, it's because she's got a better shaped head than me, isn't it? And Lister says, not again, man. No. He goes, it is. He goes, I like your head. And I'm surprised, by the way, about the phrasing there. Like,
Right.
Kind of implies that Crichton's been up to some extracurricular activities. But no, Lister says, I like your head. And Crichton says, but not as much as you like hers. Well, no. And Lister says, what are you talking about? You've got one of the all-time great heads. It's attractive. It's functional. He says, it's almost perfect for carving a Sunday roast. But there you go. Anyway, finally, Kachansky walks into the room, and Crichton says, she's in the shower, isn't she? Still talking as if Kachansky's in the shower. Says, isn't she? And Kachansky says, who? And he says, oh, Miss Kachansky, who'd you think? Madame Curie? Or something like that's right. He's still freaking out. And she says, who? And he's like, Miss Kachansky! Right in front of her as well.
Yep.
He's losing it. He's losing his mind. But anyway, no sooner has he discovered that, then he does a double take, looks at Kachansky and feels like, okay, I look like a fucking imbecile right now. So there we go. Anyway, thanks to that situation happening, Crichton regains his composure, says, forgive me, sir, shame mode. Excuse me, ma'am, and lets himself out of the room. And there you go, which is definitely, again, the wrong thing to do because Lister is in danger. He is going to have to deal with what's going to come. But anyway, he thinks Kachansky somehow got out of his shower and made it all the way back round to his door in a matter of a minute. So how the hell did you do that? He says, oh, of course. You slipped out through the vent shaft and dropped into this corridor. Brilliant. And then starts undoing her shirt and says, oh, you're a genius, an absolute genius. She says, what are you doing? He goes, I'm unbuttoning your shirt. She says, why do you think you're doing that? What do you think you're doing that for? And he goes, because we've got a little unfinished business. She says, that was a long time ago. Things are very different now. She says, look, he's gone. Don't worry about Crichton. Now, come on, get your kit off and I'll go slip into my Batman outfit. So if you're keeping track, Lister likes to dress up. And apparently he doesn't only have... Excuse me. Oh boy, we are all dead today. He says not only because there's another one before where he said he was going to go slip into his Spider-Man costume. So he's got a Spider-Man costume and a Batman costume for sex. All right, I suppose there you go. Go on.
That's a super experience.
Yeah, like Spider-Man, he is shooting some web slingers, so.
Yep. Kachansky says, you really believe in being direct, don't you? He goes, oh, come on, Rumpy Pumpy Chris, let's hit the springs. And so as soon as he says that, she lamps him right in the face as hard as she possibly can, you know.
She didn't immediately, pull away, as he was.
Yeah.
He got like 4 or 5 buttons undone. So, she wasn't completely out of it until he, said what he said.
Yeah, then he's on the ground, of course. So she smacks him in the face and he falls to the ground. She says, that's your idea of seduction, is it? Well, forget it, Lister. Not if you were the last man alive. And he says, I am the last man alive.
Yeah, it is.
And she says, I rest my case, and walks out. He goes, what did I do wrong? But then he gets up, just moping. Like, what did I do wrong? So he mopes over to the bed and sits down, only to remember that he has, of course, left his duvet in the fridge. So he goes, "No,
Shower.
duvet." Of course, he walks over to the shower to get his duvet out, and it's already a little late for that because Caroline is out. She's looking right at him, and well, we'll see. So he goes, "Oh my God, Caroline, you've really let yourself go." He says, "You could audition for about 9,000 Clearasil commercials." And says, "Oh, sorry." Says, "That's right. He struggles with her, but he can't actually overpower her. She's put all of the remaining force that she has into putting him on the ground, and that's right.
This is happening.
Exactly. So she pins him down and plants a sloppy, decomposing kiss on him, which is absolutely vile. But there you go. Lister pushes her away, and what you see is he's managed to pull her teeth out like a denture and spit it. And that is absolutely fucking disgusting. He literally does it as well. You can see Craig Charles like goes in and like grabs and bites the teeth and pulls them out and spits them away. And that's not actually in the script. That was never in the script for the episode. It was ad-lib, where Lister said to, or rather Craig Charles said to Ed Bye, who was directing, "Hey, check this out," and then literally like did exactly what he does in the episode, which is just go in for the kiss and then ultimately end up pulling her false teeth out. At which point, she rolls over and now, well, it's oh my God, it's creepy, isn't it? Those fucking eyes are good. So yeah, he pulls out her teeth and then she's
spent,
and then she literally sticks her tongue in his mouth. So that'll do. And then as soon as she's done that, she, sits back up, climbs off him, falls down dead.
Yep.
As Lister wonders what the fuck happened, He was just minding his own business. He was asleep, and then he thought Kachansky was here to suck him off or fuck him or whatever. And then what does he get for his trouble? He gets a decomposing tongue in his mouth. Nasty.
Well, sometimes it be like that.
Yeah, nasty.
But there you go. Anyway, Crichton reappears, says, "Are you all right, sir?" He says, "I've just been molested by Tutankhamun's horny grandma." Of course, I'm not smacking all right. And he goes, "The taste. I need to go and gargle with toilet duck." Which I don't know if you have that in America, guys, but it's basically the toilet bleach with the bendy neck, so you can get the right angles with it. Right.
Yeah.
So there you go. He says, "Oh, right, that's it." He says, Crichton says, "She's dead, sir. And curious, it appears that she's been dead for 3 million years. He says, "If she's been dead for 3 million years, where did the life signs come from?" He says, "Good point, sir. Very good point. And more to the point, where did they go?" And so there we go. Now we're that's it. Now we move forward to the midsection where Lister is sitting with a blanket around him, having full-blown man flu. Where like you catch a cold. I never really thought that was a real thing, but it definitely is in later years. You get a cold, you're just like,
you dead.
Yeah, kind of like Rhoda at the moment.
Yeah, I've got to say, even my ex-missus admits that men get flu worse than women.
Yeah, which I've never really done the man flu thing, but I have had a couple of really, really bad colds, and felt a bit. I think it's just that men don't want to be sick, so the fact that they've been beaten by some small thing like a virus makes us feel more sorry for ourselves because it shouldn't happen to a dog, But there you go. So Lister's got full-blown man flu. And he says, "I feel really lousy." And of course, Kachansky is really useless here. For a woman who claims to be sympathetic and sensitive and in touch with her emotions, she is completely playing this wrong. If you want to get a guy on your side when he's ill, just acknowledge how shitty he feels. It's not hard. But there you go. Anyway, she says, "Oh, you're probably just in shock. Don't be such a baby." No one wants that. Anyway, Crichton says, "Miss Kachansky, Mom, if I may say so, your bedside manner leaves something to be desired." And she says, "Like what?" He says, "Well, like a bedside manner."
That was a nice burn, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. So Lister says, "You think I'm a hypochondriac?" She says, "You're a man, aren't you? I mean, you get all the common colds you want, and then you always think it's malaria." Exactly. Lister says, and Crichton says, "Oh, and women, of course, are any different?" Because he still just has to take the opposite stance as Kachansky at every opportunity. Lister says, "They just have a different perspective on pain, Crichton. As would you if every summer you had to pour hot wax on your crotch and rip out half your thatch." Something that's it's not aged so well, really, considering that most women these days don't even have pubes because they do wax that often. But there you go. Apparently, at that point, it was justifying why she would be so, unsympathetic about what's going on to him. And it says you have to pour hot wax on your crotch and rip out half your thatch. At which point the cat says, "Oh yeah, he's right. I hate doing that." But there you go. Crichton says the tests are complete and there's a foreign substance in your blood. And well, I recognize the DNA, sir. And the cat says, "Is that good or bad?" Says, "It's the Epideme virus, sir, a man-made parasite created as a rival to the nicotine patch. Epideme was an intelligent organism designed to block all neural signals relating to nicotine craving. But in practice, it also blocked signals telling the body that it needed blood and oxygen." Oh my God. That's really bad.
Yep.
There you go. Anyway, Kat says, "Is that why the Carmen chick looked like the centerfold from this month's Play Zombie?" Crichton says, "Precisely. It's virtually unstoppable. For the first 48 hours, it consumes its host, then hijacks its corpse and goes looking for a new victim. When it can't find one, it freezes the body and waits." And here we go with another great example of Kachansky just putting her fucking foot in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, indeed. So she's got no bedside manner, but now it turns out that he's not just got the flu. He actually has this life-changing, deadly virus inside him. And so now she's just put her foot in it yet again. She says, "Didn't belong to Carmen, but the parasite inhabiting her body." Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's it. The life signs. That's basically the life signs on the Leviathan, the cat says. And she says, "Yeah, it didn't belong to Carmen, but to the parasite inhabiting her body, which passed to you the moment she, well," Lister says, "slipped her mouth meat down my gullet."
It was pretty much just meat at that point in time. So apt description.
Yeah, it's disgusting, So there we go. He says, "I've been tongue hockeyed to death." That's right. He's literally just, "I've been tongue hockeyed to death. In 48 hours, I'm going to be deader than a Saturday night in Salt Lake City." Oh, burn. Crichton says, "There is one option, sir. I believe you might have a chance if you, reason with it." Because it's Red Dwarf, of course. Lister says, "Reason with what?" He says, "The virus, sir. After all, it is intelligent." He says, "Crichton, are your neural circuits picking up interferences from the tumble dryer again?" And Crichton says, "If we can patch into its universal translator, it might just be possible to talk to it." Fair enough. Yeah. So they're going to go ahead and try and rig up the virus to actually talk to Lister. And this is where we get our incredible voice acting from the guy from the Leviathan. You know, he's all up here and down, up and down and up and down in pitch, and talking like a fucking monstrous radio DJ, that kind of thing. But there we go. And of course, constantly refers to himself as if he's a TV show as well.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he keeps saying, "Oh, well, I've been renewed for another season," and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, character-wise, he really reminds me of Confidence from Confidence with Paranoia as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So anyway, that was basically where we find ourselves. Crichton says there is no option, sir. I believe you might have a chance if you reason with it, and so they're going to try and reason with it. They get the neuron things hooked up to Lister, and we get the screen with this sort of round sound vibe design that gets bigger and smaller when he's talking. So it's kind of cool.
Winamp vibes.
Say what?
Winamp vibes, or Windows Media Player from Windows XP, if you remember that, like when you had sound vibes.
Right, indeed. So there we go. Anyway, it's decided they're going to go ahead and do this, and so we do. And this floating holographic screen, which I'm sure was really, really easy to add to the scene, spins into existence. And on it is rendered this pulsing animated, you know, I don't even know what to call it. Red and green, and he goes, and a great big hi to all of you out there in flesh and blood land. And tonight, Dave Lister, assistant vending machine sub-operative and spice food connoisseur, this is your death.
That opening line was like, had me so like, yes, more.
The virus isn't just potent and intelligent, it's also vastly more charismatic than anyone else on the ship.
It's like the voice is like, okay, for a dead virus, you're good.
Like, what does he care if he wipes out all life?
Quite cocky about the whole thing, you know.
Yeah, he's really, really rubbing it in.
Well, to be fair, it is a very serious virus, so he's like, I got the confidence, baby.
Right. Oh, exactly. So the Epideme virus has this sort of loud, intimidating, brash DJ voice, and something a little bit like the plant from Little Shop of Horrors. And as I've said, this is the honey monster guy. This is the guy like, homies, and stuff like that. So he's got just this insane range where in one breath he's like, you know, hitting the upper register, and then in the next beat, not even breath, the same breath, he's in like the lowest regions your voice should ever be able to go to. And it really works. It really works because he says, you know, this is your death. And there's a pause because no one says anything. So he goes, your line. And Crichton says, I take it we're speaking with the Epideme virus. He goes, give that man an eyebrow. Hey, I'm feeling generous. Give him two. It's like the first time I've realized, holy shit, Crichton doesn't have eyebrows.
Right?
Oh, God, Toasty's going to show up here in just a second.
Oh, really? Yeah, she one of those eyebrows matter.
No, she's like, John doesn't have eyebrows, you know. And she said this on the day that she decided to shave hers off, and it's like, okay, Toasty.
Yep. Poor old Crichton with no eyebrows, eh? But there you go. So anyway, where are we at? That's right. Crichton says, well, maybe we should. Can I? And Epideme says, Dave, let's run down the rules. If you win, you get to live. If I win, you get to die. And I take all your knowledge and then I kill it.
I am kidding.
Yeah.
There it is. There's Toasty.
There you go.
The prophecy has been fulfilled.
Indeed.
Toasty says, John doesn't have eyebrows. And then she says, I got dark, fluffy ones now. What, eyebrows? But there you go. Anyway, so he's being taunted by this bastard virus. And the epidemic is a very interesting thing. Like, it's obviously been around for millions of years. And it's managed to survive going from host to host to host. And you gotta sort of wonder, is it insane or is it just that self-assured? You know what I mean? Like, is it really like, what am I trying to say? It's certain that this is going to go its way.
Yeah,
because
it's been on that route a lot of times.
Hey, it's just been laying and waiting for 3 million years. It hasn't had any reason to question its success. I mean, it sustains itself. It's a living out.
Which is why I sort of wondered if maybe it had gone insane over 3 million years, or was it always like this?
Right.
But there we go. And apparently, yes, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers also has no eyebrows. That's true. I made a me of him once, and I couldn't get it right. And then I realized that the reason it wasn't looking right was that it had eyebrows. So yeah, well pointed. But there you go. So Lister says, what? You absorb knowledge from every person you kill. He says, so as you can appreciate, killing you ain't exactly a career highlight. No offense, but when you're a virus, there's not much call for knowing how to open a lager bottle with your anus. It's really tight writing. Epideme is
as tight as that anus.
It'd have to be quite tight to open a beer bottle.
That's right.
Oof.
Such an anal situation.
Like what I mean is when like I said before, the first time I saw this, I was like, oh my God, I just started watching this new show and now you're going to kill off the main character. Yeah. But actually, upon rewatching, Epideme is so good. It's so really well performed that you just sort of like, yeah, go on, Epideme, let's go. And I was like almost rooting for Epideme when I was watching this. But there you go. Anyway, so Lister says, how can you justify killing another living being? Which of course is not going to be the right argument to make, and they are trying to reason with it. But what Lister's done instead is, well, it's not that, right. Because of course Epideme has a point to make. He says, how about that chicken you biryani'd last night? Says, now can you justify killing that? He says, me and the chicken, it was different. He says, how's that, David? It says, well, I'm a person. It was a curry. It says, he died so you could go on living. Is that so different from what I'm doing? And again, the virus is right.
Yep.
There is literally like, that it's just right. That's exactly what it is. The comparison is accurate.
Right.
Like you eat roast chicken and, the epideme wants to eat you, basically.
And it is intelligent as well.
Yes, exactly. So it can also moralize about what it's doing. It says, this is just the way it is. This is me. I'm the scorpion on the frog's back, It's in my nature to kill you and taunt you. So right. I will.
And, for all the over-the-top kind of situations that listeners had to face, it is kind of interesting that, he's still ultimately quite susceptible and fragile to things that, happen internally.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely out of his depth here.
Mm-hmm.
He's been through a lot of shit, but he's never been in a situation like this where it's already too late.
Right.
And there's no reasoning with the fucking virus. It doesn't give a fuck. It doesn't have to, as it makes its point. Yeah. You eat curry, that's alive.
Yeah, which, not to spoil anything, but his stoicism as a character actually does get put on display in terms of how much growth he's had.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Lister gets he gets to evolve. He really gets some serious drama. What we see later on when he goes to the back to the Leviathan with all the shit strapped to him and stuff like. That's not a Lister that you would have expected to see when you started watching Red Dwarf, which is why one of the reasons I said earlier on, John, that you should just start from the beginning again and watch them all. just for like the context of reevaluating a lot of scenes, knowing where it's going, you know, because
Right.
like Rhoda and I have seen the whole show, at least this far, before, and so we, you know, you may enjoy going for a second viewing, knowing where it's going. So there you go. But there you go. Anyway, so the Epideme has basically checkmated Lister by the fact that he eats animals. So why shouldn't Epideme eat him?
That's right.
Exactly. So there we go. And then he tries one last desperate gambit. He says, "I'm the last guy alive." And Epideme says, "And that gives you more right to exist than me." And Lister goes, "Well, yeah," because he says, "Time for your species to check out, Davy." Says, "Arrivederci." And he goes, "Arrivederci, humies," as well, which I thought was cool because that's like a Warhammer reference. That's what the orcs call the Space Marines, humies. Yeah, it's fun. Anyway, there we go. So it's not worked. He's definitely not up for reasoning. He's not up for talking to him. He's like, "I'm going to kill you because I want to kill you because that's my nature. I'm a virus. I'm here to kill you." And that's really all you can say about that. So anyway, we move on, of course, to the next scene, which would be in the Starbug midsection, where they're sitting here. And Lister is still hooked up to the fucking virus.
Yep.
You know, like he's genuinely. I think, you know, I mean, it's his death. You know, you're gonna die. So of course you're gonna be obsessed with it. Imagine if you got a virus and then somebody said, "Okay, it's gonna kill you, but at least you can talk to it before it does."
Right.
It's pretty weird. It's a great situation though. And again, the Epideme virus pissed me off as a kid because I was like, "Oh, for God's sake, you're gonna ruin the show by fucking up Lister." But no. Now that I watched it again today, it is so well performed, so well presented with all that "yeah, let's go" kind of voice that it's got. It's really got like the most ultimate confident DJ voice. You know, like when I do like my DJ voice, like "drinks for £1," where every word you say is like a punch.
Right.
You know, yeah, that's the kind of voice it's got. But there you go. Anyway, so here they are. It's been some time. Lister's sitting in the aft, listening to the virus, and it says, "David, come on. You've got a virus. It's fatal. It happens. Doesn't mean we can't be friends." You know,
it's like an agent, you know. "Come on, baby. You know you love me."
It is like that. It's very abusive to him, and very callous too. Anyway, Lister reaches to disengage the translator, and Epideme goes, "Don't touch that dial," and then gets turned off. As Crichton and Kachansky enter, and Crichton says, "Sir, do you know how you told us all to work with? You told us all to work on a solution to Mr. Epideme," and I think it's hilarious that he calls it Mr. Epideme because it's got a personality.
Yeah.
So that immediately makes it more important and outranking of Crichton. So he's respectfully talking to it with the honorifics, even though he definitely shouldn't. Mr. Epideme.
Mr.
Exactly. He says, so he says, "You know how you told us all to work on a solution to Mr. Epideme, no matter how drastic?" And he says, "Yeah, what have you got, Crichton?" He says, "A solution, sir. But, and Lister says, "What?" He goes, "It's too drastic." Lister says, "Tell." And so he says, "Well, we thought that you see, we are," and he gets cut across by Kachansky, who says, "We want to cut off your arm."
Just puts it right out there. She doesn't have time for, you know, all this hubbaloo.
Exactly.
She says it just clinical as
It's
shit.
literally like, "We want to cut off your arm, Dave. All right." Like that's the plan. That's the best we've got. So and I always thought it was a bit weird that he's still connected, which means even if you're not like currently talking to the virus and seeing it represented on the holo screen, it can potentially still hear because it's intelligent. So you would think it would have developed like it doesn't. Anyway, so the point is Kaczynski literally is just saying we want to cut off your arm. This is like, you what? And Crichton says it's a stupid idea. I told you it was a stupid idea. And Kaczynski says it was your idea. And Crichton's like, are you saying I'm stupid? He says, no, I'm saying it was your stupid idea. And it's literally bickering.
Just go right back into the bickering. Yeah, even in the face of the situation.
That's it. They never miss an opportunity to have a scene, any opportunity to have Crichton and Kaczynski bickering with each other. It's beautiful. It's really good. She says it's our only chance to save you. It could be worse. Lisa says, what? You mean I could be planning a career in archery? She says you could be dead. Now, you said you'd consider anything. Well, this is it. And he says, can I have some details? Something a little bit more inspiring than can I hack off your limb? And Crichton says the plan is to inject antivirals in a precise pattern through your body, forcing Epideme into your arm. And so List says, and then you cut it off. Great plan. He says, well, what choice have I got? Okay, but make it my left arm. My right arm does all my favorite things.
Giggity.
Yeah, indeed. That's right. And so there you go. All my favorite things, which of course everybody knows immediately. We're talking about,
Vindaloo eating.
Indeed. He says, okay, sir. And then Kaczynski says, let's go. Chop, chop. And then realizes that once again, she's put her foot right in it and goes, oh, sorry. But it is brilliant. Come on,
Which
chop,
was
chop.
one of the amazing things. Like, chop, chop.
Yeah. So there we go.
She could try to it.
Yeah. So they attempt this with the antivirals, and Crichton, he does what he can. He injects him with the first shot of viral, or he knocks him out first. Then he starts injecting virals into Lister. And Kaczynski and this is actually clever, I think, the way they've done this. I think it's really good. That Kaczynski is literally like acting as navigator, of Lister's body, being the navigation officer of Red Dwarf, and then she's literally just telling him 104.2 on my mark, and heading for the left shoulder, 309.0, and they've almost got it where they want it. So they've worked their way up the body when suddenly the Epideme virus does something that they weren't expecting. So Kaczynski literally is like, oh, no, 308, it's heading away from his left arm, 406.9.8, 406.5, virus heading into his right arm. And Crichton goes, the right arm, it's our only chance. Laser bone saw now, sir, quickly. Amputation mode, cut and cauterize. And so they cut off Lister's hand. And they just, it's not, where is it? There you go. So he decides he's going to do it. He's going to cut off his, his hand, first of all, and then just literally throw it in the trash.
Right.
Which I just think, okay, you've got to put it somewhere, but maybe it's because it looks like just like a bucket, like a metal bucket, like a rusty bucket, that literally just sort of tosses the bits of his arm into what looks like the trash. It's very callous. So there we go. And Kaczynski says it's not enough, so he cuts off a bit more of Lister's arm.
More,
sort of 2 or 3 inches of forearm land in the tissue disposal bin. She says still not enough. Crichton slices off what is left of Lister's entire right forearm, just sort of below, from sort of like the bicep down, basically, has been cut off and thrown in the trash out of the desperation to, cut off the virus.
Get ahead of the virus.
Which is a strange kind of thing, like I'm pretty sure that's not how it works in real life. Like, how is this thing traveling just through his bloodstream? Surely it's like a one directional trip. You got to go through the
right. you would assume that the vascular system,
Well, yeah, it's the
has
whole. The virus is everywhere, surely.
Right.
But no, apparently, Epideme, being an intelligent virus, has something approximating an intelligence nucleus.
Right.
That so kind of like Cell's last cell in Dragon Ball. The clump of cells from which he like regenerates his whole body. It's a bit like that's what I equate it to anyway. That there we go. My camera's locked up. Oh my god, yeah, it is. I look,
a little bit
derpy as all hell.
You're more frozen Caroline.
That's right. Maybe I just turn it off. I don't know. No.
Nope.
What the It's Streamlabs.
Yep.
I think the software is also tired today.
Everything's tired. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it looks tired.
Yeah. Don't you think it looks tired? I don't know what to do about this. It's not working. Fuck. My camera's screwed. Oh, for God's sake. Why do you have to do this to me? Like, Jesus Christ. Talk about amateur hour. There's literally nothing I can do about it.
Yeah. Just press on, I suppose.
I guess we'll just have to go on like this. Which sucks because,
at least get through the episode. Maybe we'll try to evaluate it. Yeah.
That's it. So anyway, so they've now amputated Lister's right arm. And that's basically it. Kachansky says, okay, if this doesn't work, we're out of options. And Kat says, whether it works or not, it's going to be a cold day in hell before I touch barbecue wings again. Once again, Kat just literally like the one-liner machine.
Yeah.
Just come in and say one random thing that sounds either stupid or callous or out of context. Like just inappropriate.
Right.
But there you go. Anyway,
He's basically like a cat. He just comes, does something, and then fucks off, and you don't see him again.
Exactly. So there you go. Now we've got Lister waking up on the table. Very good shot, by the way. Obviously, he's sticking his arm and his head through, through the gurney. Like there's a hole, so it looks like he has actually lost his arm there. And there you go. So he wakes up, and looks at his left arm and sees that it's still there and smiles. He's like, oh, thank God. It's
they
not
figured
real.
Something else out. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they figured something else out. Exactly. But, having smiled at the existence of his left arm, he then glances over to his right, notices that it's gone, and lets out an involuntary whimper. At which point he literally sort of goes like that, and Kachansky is on the phone literally to Crichton immediately. Just goes, he's awake. He goes, and you get the best line of the entire episode, I think, in this. He goes, my left arm. I said, because that's my right. He goes, what kind of navigation officer can't tell left from right?
Your other left.
Yeah, right. So I just think that's a great line. It's brilliant. What kind of navigation officer can't tell left from right? Well, this one apparently.
Yeah.
So, they had no choice.
It's
Of
one
course,
slightly kind of random thing that I did want to say about this entire actual plot line, really. That like they want to remove the virus by cutting off part of Lister. And like he's got things like spaceships to fly and curries to eat and guitars to play. Wouldn't they be better off cutting off one of his legs?
I know, right?
I remember when I broke my foot and I was in plaster and on crutches for a few months, and it didn't really slow me down at all. In fact, I remember pegging it down the high street in the snow on my crutches, and I was faster than I would have been anyway.
You can definitely still it would have been better to hack off his leg. Yeah. Give him a prosthetic leg or something. Yeah. Except, of course, that they are constantly finding themselves in life-threatening situations that require them to run.
But also for the visual nature of storytelling, you don't often see legs in many of these shots, so.
True.
you have to have
it needs to be
something
something
that you can have in camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a plot contrivance, I suppose, but they need something that would be devastating.
I'm just saying, I think
losing a hand.
I would find it easier to survive with a missing leg than I would with a missing arm.
Definitely,
Yeah,
sure.
you would, and I agree. Which is why it has to be his arm, because it needs to be something terrible that happens. The other reason I wonder maybe is the fact that I don't know if it's probably not this, because they are gonna obviously rectify it later, not too long from now in the next episode. But in the future echoes, you got to look at Lister at age 181 or whatever he is, and he's got a robot arm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and we mentioned that when we watched Future Echoes. I remember me and Rhoda were mentioning that because it is a reference to this, and I thought maybe they were trying to be a bit clever and go like, "Oh well, we're gonna have Lister with a robot arm because he ends up with a robot arm."
Right.
But no, apparently not, because it goes the way.
Yeah, there's even the slight callback when Kat's saying that he's off of chicken wings, considering that Lister has been a chicken.
Yeah. No, just thinking you've eaten a person.
Right. There is that too. Yes.
Like they literally ate a guy in Ticket to Ride, and it never gets brought up again. But whenever someone's disgusted by something, I'm like, you literally ate a human being.
Right.
But whatever, anyway. Sardoc is here for £5. That's legit currency. Thank you. Says, but it's easy. The right foot is the one where the big toe is on the left. Right. Yeah, I see. That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, it is.
It's true. Yeah, that's right. But there you go. Anyway, so Lister's outraged about the fact that they've cut off the wrong limb. Kachansky is oh, and by the way, I forgot to play the thing. Thank you. So she's very sympathetic, and like I said, this is like a dramatic episode, so there is quite a lot for her to do as an actress, because she's not much of a joke machine, although lots of funny moments in the show, but she's more of a serious character because she's someone who should be taken seriously,
Right.
So she gets to be she gets to play to her strengths in this by being the sympathetic one that really isn't cracking jokes. She's dead serious this whole episode, and it works. It really works. I really like Kachansky in this episode. I feel like she's the MVP actually of the whole episode, which is that's a hell of a thing to say for someone who was brought in to replace Chris Barry as Rimmer, and a lot of people are, as we've established, a lot of people said, "Oh, the show's not the same anymore." I'm like, bitch, she's doing great. She's doing really well in this episode, in this series in general, but especially in this episode, because she has a lot to do. But there you go. So she says, "Oh, sorry, we did our best. We had to do what we had to do." She says, "I'm so sorry." Lister says, "Where is it?" She says, "We flushed it into space. We had to." I mean, the thing is that, again, it's sort of played for laughs, but it also is completely true. They had to flush it into space because it
I
had
thought we were done with the toilet humor.
Oh, yeah. So did I. Well.
Just when you think you're done, it pushes out even more.
There you go. Anyway, Lister goes, "Oh, me right arm. I did everything with that arm. We were inseparable. At least I thought we were." Anyway, and let's never underestimate the comedic power of Daddy John Jules playing the cat and just getting everything wrong. Like, Kachansky puts her foot in it, but the cat's made a hobby, made an art form out of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. So, of course, the cat just bowls straight in here, and I think, hang on. Yeah, he sort of rockets in. I think it's not there. And he literally holds out his hand for a handshake and goes, "Oh, buddy, you look great." And then he, of course, holds his hand to Lister's stump as Lister just looks at him with contempt because he's offering to handshake him with his right hand. So there you go. Lister says, "Oh, it's not your fault. You did what you had to do to save me life." And then Crichton goes, lets out his little Stan Laurel noise that he does,
Yep.
And he goes, Lister says, "You haven't saved me life." But the question says 7% of Epideme's virions have found their way back into your body. They're currently multiplying exponentially. You didn't get rid of the fucking virus.
Yep.
Oh shit. So Lister says, so to sum it all up, I've got to look forward to now. All I've got to look forward to now is death, zombification, and then a quick after-death snog with either you or the cat. You've given my arm for nothing. And Crichton says, "Not nothing, sir. Based on my calculations, it's brought you approximately 58 minutes more life." He's like, "What am I going to do with 58 minutes more life?" And Cat says, have half a juggling lesson?" And he goes, "You're really not helping." No, of course not. Anyway, so there we go. And at this point, you sort of might have thought, Kachansky, just sit on his face, Yeah. Unfortunately, of course, if she did that, she would get Epideme, so she can't. But you know what I mean? It's kind of like, well, you just toss the guy a mercy fuck or something.
That's right. At least give him a handy,
Yeah, at least, yeah, exactly.
Be the right hand for once. The right hand woman.
Yeah.
I'll be a right hand man.
You could really use one right now.
Yeah.
Give him a mouth hand.
Give him a hand.
Give him mouth present. Anyway, there we go. But yeah, so except of course, again, she can't, because if she actually did like anything like that, she would die too. So actually makes sense that she doesn't. Yeah, anyway, so they're in the sleeping quarters, which I really like the sleeping quarters. It's such an upgrade from the original bunks that they had.
Oh yeah.
I find it weird and interesting though that they had a ship that was like 5 miles, and with Red Dwarf. But I've completely lost my train of thought now. Sorry.
But they waited until series 3 or 4 until they actually moved into the nice
Yeah, exactly. They had these bunks and they were rubbish, and now they're on this tiny little rinky-dink Starbug, and they've got nicer bunks in the docking ship, in the landing.
You could chalk it up to economy of scale, and so like in a larger vessel, you just have to make things a little bit more.
Maybe
minimized.
I mean, we all know it's based on
crew wouldn't have
right.
Starbug. Like, presumably, like Starbugs would have been the preserve of like officers and like important people being ferried around. And like general crew would probably come on like a conveyor belt kind of a ship.
Yeah, I suppose. I just figured that it was probably more like the ship that they took down to the mines that they were mining. Because the way that Red Dwarf is designed, with that rock being part of it, is where, like, obviously they transport large chunks of planet up to the mothership, and the mining goes on there. But yeah, so I don't know who would have actually used Starbug when the crew was active. That's a good point. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is an officer's ship, and that would be why they've got nicer. It's like business class compared to coach, and in the bigger ship that has all the space, they've got regular bunks, but on Starbug you've got a double bed if you want one.
And we've never actually seen the officer quarters. They've mentioned them, but they might actually be a little bit more ornate and well kitted than
we've seen the officer's bar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about all we've ever seen of the officers. Although, as far as I'm aware, the the Series 3 set is supposed to be them having moved into the officers' quarters, I think. I think that's established somewhere.
I think perhaps you might actually be right on that. But
Yeah.
but even in Series 3, it was a little bit more dressed up.
Oh yeah, definitely.
From the first 2 seasons. So
yeah, it's just that they still didn't have a double bed though.
No.
You know? Like, and you would think that that's like the height of luxury if you're on, if I mean, what's
having
the
a little
point
bit of extra
bunk, right?
space, surface area on a bed is always appreciated.
But there you go. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What we get here is a funny little scene where Crichton is plumping the pillows and then putting them. Well, hold on. He puts them one on top of the other.
Yeah.
Kachansky turns around and puts them side by side, and then Crichton turns around and clocks what she's done, and of course puts them back to one on top of the other. And then she turns around once again, and this time now she finally says, Crichton, he doesn't like them like that. And Crichton says, well, begging your pardon, Mom, I've been with Mr. Lister for many years. That is still bickering.
Mm-hmm.
All of this, they can't help it. It's brilliant, actually. They are the Rimmer and Lister right now.
Yeah.
But there you go. He goes, I've been with Mr. Lister for many years now. I don't need some Judy come lately advising me on his sleeping arrangements.
Yeah.
He says, Crichton, in my dimension, I cohabited with him. I think I know what makes him happy in bed.
Well, to be fair, though, right. She has to get a dig in, but also
and also annoy the audience with the fact that she won't just fucking go out with Lister.
Right. But also, that's a different dimension. It's not even Lister. It's a hard light hologram projection.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I can tell you, when I was married, pillows were next to each other. Now that I'm single again, pillows are on top of each other. Yeah, that's how it works. We have 4 pillows on my bed. So we both everybody
have
gets 2 pillows.
a pillow on. Yeah, everyone has 2 pillows. That's it. I don't know anyone who sleeps on less than 2 pillows. Well, actually, that's not true. A lot of people here don't sleep on pillows at all.
Right.
Just sort of used to sleeping on. Filipinos can sleep anywhere. Literally, they can sleep on the floor with no bedding at all. Actually, they're very good at that.
By the way, but it's a huge one.
Oh, you've got one big pillow, right?
Yeah,
I mean, even my sofa bed has 2 pillows on it. And yes, they're piled on top of each other because I never share it with anyone. But there you go. It's a fair point. Technically, Crichton, I think, is probably right.
Yeah.
Why would you have 2 pillows and then just use one?
Just use one, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have 2 pillows on top of each other at right angles.
What?
Yeah.
What?
What, you
I
have
guess
4 pillows?
for an arm situation,
no, I kind of put them on top of each other, like
a T,
like
an X, or all right. So you're like for your neck. I'm assuming.
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. It's just how they wind up in the morning.
So she has 4 pillows.
I injured my rib once a few years ago, and ever since then I've
No. He asked if you injured your rib on a pillow.
No, but what I did was I had an extra pillow in a right angle to the other pillow, so a third pillow, so I could prop my rib on it.
Yeah, take a little bit of pressure off.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been 3 years, and I still do it. So I now have 3 pillows.
Fair enough.
You're kind of used to having something to hug, and then if the wife rolls the other way, I can still hug my pillow. So that's cool. But there we go. Disgusting, of course, says for 5. Says now that's good pillow talk.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we're all down with it today.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
Back to this.
Well, here we go again. So much fluff.
Stitch it up.
Jesus Christ. Welcome to the punishment show. There you go.
Okay, that was it.
Just quilted.
Ah, Jesus.
Bullet
Christ.
the rest.
No. Ooh. Fucking puns, man. I swear to God.
Hey,
whatever. Anyway, so once
don't
again,
want to sleep on
he's,
these opportunities, when they arise.
Oh, God. You just won't let it lie, will you? All right. So they're arguing over how Lister would want to sleep, and Kachansky pulls rank because she has a pussy, and says that she knows what makes him happy in bed. Fair enough. Although to be fair,
she doesn't.
Really. She's not with this Lister. And
Right.
Crichton says he knows what makes him happy in bed. Apparently, he says a large packet of extra spicy tortilla chips and a really good horror movie, preferably featuring some scantily clad kung fu fighting lady vampires. The reality, though, is that I guarantee you, Lister would sacrifice all of that for a go at Kachansky.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But anyway, it doesn't matter because the cat strolls in and says, "Hey, old Five Fingers has checked out." Five Fingers.
Oh, Five Fingers.
Yeah. And she goes, "Oh my God, you mean?" He says, "No, not dead. Checked out. He's gone. And about 40 pounds of Incinerex blasting plastic has been gone missing from the supply bunker. You think there could be a connection?" Kachansky's like, "Come on." And yeah, sure. We find Lister trying to open the door with one arm, and he's covered in this fucking plastic, this C4 effectively. He's got rolls of the shit.
Looks like he's about to do a jihadi run.
He does, yeah. That is what he's doing, of course. But I like the fact that he's sweaty here, and that they really had to they'd be like, "Okay, you really can't use your arm. You must just, you've got to use your left arm for everything. It'd make everything look as difficult as you possibly can, so that people really feel bad for you only having one arm." And it works,
right.
Everything's too difficult. But there we go. Anyway, so they show up on the gantry, and Kachansky says, "What are you doing?" And Lister says, "I'm just popping down the corner shop. Does anyone want anything?" Which is funny, but it's also sort of Chad behavior.
Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about. Like his stoicism is on display. He's dealing with the situation, and ultimately his first concern is, to some degree, vengeance, but also protection. And yeah, I may die, but I'm taking this thing out with me.
I'll take this motherfucker with me. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Kachansky.
And he's protecting Kachansky.
He's protecting Kachansky and the cat, but mostly I'd say Kachansky. Yeah. Because he doesn't want. He doesn't want to reanimate and give the virus to them, of course. So it's fair. It's zombie apocalypse fodder 101, like the self-sacrifice. It's also comparable to again Future Echoes, because of course in Future Echoes Rimmer sees Lister die in the drive room, and then Lister thinks that's literally about to happen to him. But then it turns out it wasn't. It was actually his son, which is weird because they're in another dimension with their mums. But I just think in that episode, Lister is freaked out and panicky as fuck about dying.
Yeah,
and still he goes through with it. When he realizes it's unavoidable, he might as well go and make I'm going to put on the exact outfit that you said. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to face it. But it's not stoic. He's panicked. He's nervous. He's screaming, kicking and screaming. But now, some years later, he's like, "All right, well, looks like we've got a no-win scenario. So I'm just going to blow this thing to Kingdom Come with me." And he just quiet and stoically decides he's going to fuck off and just go and blow himself up. But there you go. Anyway, Crichton says, "Sir, please come back. There's no reason to return to the Leviathan." He says it's the only way, Crichton. Get back over there, detonate this stuff, and destroy all traces of the virus. At least it'll rob the satisfaction of killing me. So there's that too, yeah. He'll spite him because the virus was taunting the fuck out of him and positively salivating over the idea of killing Lister. So Lister taking that satisfaction from him would be something that, again, is is agency for Lister. You know, I'm going out how I want, and if at all possible, I'm gonna really fucking like virus. You know,
right?
So there you go. Anyway, Kachansky says, Dave, close the airlock. What you're doing is insane. And the cat says, she's right. You've already screwed up the ping pong tournaments, yo championships too. Totally stupid.
Absolutely crazy.
There you go. Anyway, Kachansky just basically says, don't do it. Don't do it. But it doesn't matter because he's, you know,
he's already out the door.
Yeah.
But there you go. So now we're here on the Leviathan. You can see him sitting down at this desk full of instruments where the, you know, and he of course puts the virus back online to talk to it. And you get a great fucking scene here.
Yep.
You know, with the whoa. What the fuck was that? Sorry. That look on his face there. That's why I put it in the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
He's happy as a pig in shit. I mean, he's not happy, obviously, but he's putting on a face of not only like bravery, but total defiance. Like, really reveling in fucking things up for the virus, you know. And I like it.
Yeah.
So Epideme goes, hey, baby, what's this? The Christmas special? Because he's on the frozen chip. He says, that's right, man, yeah. And look what I got you. 40 pounds of Incinerex. Epideme trying now, like Epideme for the first time now on the back foot.
Right.
A little bit. He goes, it's macho, but it's not you. You get what I'm saying? Which is, you know, it sounds like he's in control, but it's really cope.
Right.
But there you go. So Lister says, let's set the timer for 5 minutes, shall we? And literally just does. He's like, all right, that's it. We're going to set this for 5 minutes. And you are going to die after that. So there we go. Suddenly Crichton's voice comes in over the voiceover and says, Leviathan, this is Starbuck. Come in, sir. And he goes on screen, which is weird because I don't remember Starbuck having a screen, but okay. But then anyway, so
they used the screen before to have conversations.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. There was a screen in the Sirens. When
you're right. There's a screen in the app. Yeah, you're right.
Surface.
Yeah, that's really stupid of me. Actually, there's tons of times they've had screens in Starbucks, so I'm just being an idiot.
That's right.
So anyway, it's the usual stuff. He says, you know, I'm dead already. It says, use your eyes. I look worse than the Grim Reaper's passport photo. Very good. But there you go. So he says, there's no point trying to buy me more time. I haven't made a will. He says, Chris, look under my bunk. I want you to have the collection of songs I wrote about you. And she goes, collection? Like, oh, she's touched, you know. And he goes, well, 3. There's only 2 things that rhyme with Kachansky. I used Underpansky twice. He's really not happy at all. Crichton, he says, to you, I live all me laundry. Keep it clean for me, man. And then he goes, oh, sir, you're too generous. And he says to the cat, you can have anything you want from my wardrobe. And the cat says, I can. Great. I need some hangers.
Right. Which, you know, to be fair, you know, he's looking at the bright side of the situation.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but obviously at the same time saying he wouldn't be caught dead.
He wouldn't have got dead. Clearly, yeah, no. Like, he's not going to wear anything Lister's worn. Like, there's no style.
Exactly. And I think it's funny too, because Lister literally doesn't really even have a wardrobe. He like literally wears the same outfit all the time. He spent
I don't know that he actually has hangers.
Right, exactly. What would he do on him? Like when he's not wearing his leather jacket, maybe that's it, I suppose. But there you go. He literally only wears long johns and a leather jacket. So that's it, and boots. But whatever, anyway. So we move on. And that's it. Lister's like resigned himself. And he smiles. And again, total freaking GIGACHUD moment. He literally he smiles and says, 60 seconds, Epideme. It's like, oh, Lister, you bastard, like you brave bastard. He's taunting the fucking virus now. And the virus says, Dave, your heart says blow, but your brain says no. You're no quitter. Hell, the people of this ship kept searching for a solution right until the end. They never gave up. And he goes, they didn't? He goes, hell no. He says, they even overloaded their engines. So sad. They were so near. And Lister says, so near. So they weren't running from something, but to something. Son of a gun. Crichton, man, change of plan. And it turns out, yeah, they were actually heading for something because Lister had a quick look and you can see they were heading for this planet like Theta or whatever it was called. And so there we go. Now we have Lister back on. Crichton's applying the meds again. But now Crichton is talking to Epideme himself. And he says, sir, since I've been meaning to ask, because you retain specialist knowledge from each of your victims, and as the two of us have no gripe, I was wondering if you'd be kind enough to fill in some gaps in my knowledge. He says, sure, shoot. I'm red hot in quantum mechanics, cell molecular biology, and TV theme tunes. Ask me anything. So he says, very well. One thing I've always wanted to know, who on earth was the fourth Marx brother? And he says, Zipper. Easy. Ask me a hard one. And he goes, a hard one? He goes, a hard one. and it's literally, it's so stupid. He says, very well. How could Starbucks drive module be reconfigured to be made more efficient? Epideme goes, reroute the pulse relays by the auxiliary conductor mode and transpose all the prime numbers in the first line of the alphabet to the energy equation. And then, like, sort of snores or something, goes, you know, or something. And Crichton goes, and that would make Starbuck more efficient. He goes 300% faster.
Yeah, it reminded me of the time when Rimmer had his personality augmented, and he
yeah. Yeah. When he became a brainiac, for the hollow.
Yeah, which Chris Bay repeated in British Empire as well.
That's true. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Crichton. But there we go. Anyway, so Lister springs to alertness now, and laughs at their Epideme again. Says, that's all we needed to know. The Leviathan was heading for Delta 7 for the Epideme cure. Trouble was, by the time we reached Delta 7, I'd be dead. So they've tricked Epideme into helping them to improve the engines. So one more upgrade for the little bug. You know, it's pretty cool. By this point, it's got like reinforced shields and armor plating. It's got laser cannons, and now it can go 300% faster. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. The only problem is that in 2 episodes' time, they won't have this Starbug anymore. But there you go. And of course, the Epideme virus says, well, I'll be a son of a bacteria. But there we go. So Kachansky says to the cat, how we doing? He's in the cockpit. He says, like a speeding bullet in the back end of a bat out of hell. Getting into orbit right now. Scanning surface. Oh my God. Kachansky realizes as they arrive, she says, this planet is inflamed. There's nothing down there. Not a building, not a plant, nothing. The entire planet was raised. Say what?
I was just saying they went scorched earth.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they literally did. They flamed the entire planet to try and get rid of the Epideme virus. But there you go. So yeah, Kachansky turns well, no, she walks into the medibay where Lister and the rest of them are there. And this is where Kachansky is ultra genius. Just brilliant, you know, like this is how you write a female character, by the way. If you want her to be very, very competent, like much more competent than the others, and still not be a girl boss, you've got to make her vulnerable and scared and make it feel like she's almost lucky that she had a great idea at the moment that she did.
Yeah.
You know, not to make it look like this was an effortless thing for her. So anyway, she walks into the medibay and she talks to Epideme and she says, "You knew, didn't you?" And he says, "Hey, I had to do something to make Dave think there was hope. The whole planet was flamed to get rid of me, but I'd already left in one of the Star Corps medical engineers who then made a house call to the Leviathan." Which I love the way he talks. It's like he's something between like a metal singer and a glam rock singer. Yeah.
Reminds me of Dr. Rockstone, actually. From,
like that.
Metal
Oh, yes. The rock and roll clown. Yeah, and also some of the cats like speech, especially in the early episodes, like season 1. Wow.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I'm feeling good. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But there you go. So as soon as the Epideme has made it clear that he's pulled a fast one, she goes like this with her finger, which is weird. Like she's got an answer, but she doesn't say it because she just suddenly has this realization, and so she runs off and almost trips over the fucking doorway. And the cat is back and says, "How's it going?" And like Crichton says, "Life sign's almost gone." Epideme says, "And in tomorrow's episode, Chris Kachansky has a nasty turn when Dave, her hilarious decomposing boyfriend, returns from the grave to infect her with a wacky but charismatic virus. Until then, good night." And then literally he signs off and then plays the British national anthem. Starts going do 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 do, which is like a really old reference to TV and when networks would sign off back in the day. By the way, Skibbity G is here and says WTF for the win. There you go. Will of the fans for the win. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Member now for 7 months. Much appreciated, buddy. We do appreciate our members around here. Yay, there we go. And appreciate you for that one, man. Say for the win, but everything is falling apart. I'm knackered and I can't even go on camera because the fucking image is frozen. But for the win, no doubt. Anyway, there we go. It is what it is, I suppose. Muddle through somehow. Right. Kachansky reappears now. And there's something different about it, but we know what it is, but we'll find out in a minute. She says, "Okay, last roll of the dice. Dave, I'm going to stop your heart, okay?" And Crichton the cat like, "What?" And Kachansky says to Lister, "It's the last chance to save you. Do you agree?" Lister says, "You're going to prevent Epideme from killing me by killing me." She says, "I'll take that as a yes." So she shoots him with this thing and stops his heart. And so Lister dies temporarily, or at least it hopefully will be temporary. But there we go. 1 second. There we go. Yeah. So she uses the hypo spray device and pumps shot into his heart, which jolts him. And she says, "Is he?" And Crichton says, "Dead? Yes, Mom." He's really not happy at all. So she starts reaching over him with her left hand as if she's about to like check his pulse or something. And Crichton says, "Miss Kachansky, don't get too close to him." And then bang, the Epideme bites into her with this sort of noise and laughing at her. And so there it is. And so she takes the universal translator thing off Lister's temple and puts it on her hand. And look at this fucking expression on her face. That is one defiant bitch. You love it. That's why I didn't even put a sexy pic of her in the thumbnail this week because I thought this is badass Kachansky and that deserves to be acknowledged, you know?
Indeed.
So she looks at the virus and like you get this impression, and I kind of wish they had done it where they could have had her like be a bit more loving towards Lister, and I think they just kind of backed out of that in series 8. But you get the impression that she really does care about him, obviously.
Oh yeah, she does.
There's no question.
like a person, but not anything else.
Yeah, but there's a little element of
there's something there, but
with the wrong guy.
Yeah.
You know, because Kachansky loves him, you know, whether it's, and I think that's definitely the case. She just ain't going to admit it, even to herself. Because she is pissed off as you'll ever see her in this scene. And that's really cool. So she connects the thing to her hand, and of course, Epideme fires back up and says, and the big showbiz news today is that, as expected, the long-running virus Epideme has been renewed for another season. And she shouts, wrong, bughead, you're axed. And literally, as she says it, picks up the cauterizer, laser saw, and slices off her arm. As the virus literally goes, no, yeah, and that's it, you know, done, bang, boom, solved. And the cat goes, oh my god, did you see that? She, and then just immediately faints. As Kachansky reveals, Crichton's freaking out. Miss Kachansky, ma'am, what? I mean, what? Have you completely insane? And she says, Crichton. And boom, she's got her arm. It was a prosthetic. Well, it wasn't actually. It was Caroline Carmen's arm that Kachansky had injected with blood and adrenaline, so they would look alive temporarily. And so she tricked Epideme into biting his way back into Caroline Carmen, but only the arm, and then sliced it off. Not that it was at any point ever connected to her in the first place, though.
Right.
Which I find weird. But
So, did she put?
She's got Caroline Carmen's arm in her sleeve.
Yeah, I had a brain thought. Where did she put the translator?
On the hand,
on the back of her hand,
on the hand,
on the back of
right?
on the left hand. Yeah,
I got a brain first because
no, it all makes perfect sense.
Put it on the head.
No, she put it on the hand.
No.
That's why she's leaning over and looking up at the screen while holding the thing on Caroline Carmen's hand. Yeah. So that's that. And that's it basically. And then Crichton, you know, finally, after all this time, realizes how great she is, and he goes, "That really is quite extraordinary." He says, "You know, I had you marked down as a bit of a madam, but I really have to accept that I'm going to have to get to like you at that." He says, "I mean, you do annoy me to some degree, really." And then, of course, this is all happening while they're walking up the room, having a little chit chat about, "Oh, I'm really starting to relax. I really am going to have to accept that I'm." Oh
shit!
And then suddenly, Mr. Lister, like that, as they sprint back in, realizing that they left Lister dead on the fucking
just a small miss, you know. I know I missed some detail.
I was very impressed with that, Mr. Lister. And they run back, of course, and they use the defibrillator in a way that they don't actually get used in real hospitals. But whatever, it's TV. The TV defibrillator. So it works, of course, and Lister wakes up now, finally, from the ordeal, now virus free and still armless, but alive. And he goes, "Oh, where have I been?" Crichton says, "Well, for the last few minutes, sir, you've been dead." And Kachansky asks him, how did it feel? He says, "Ever been to Swindon?" Which is like West Country town city, actually, in the UK, which is excuse me, it's where Sargon of Akkad lives. And he's always advocating for Swindon, but it is considered kind of a bitch town, kind of a basic place. That's about it. So that's why it's comparable to being dead. But there you go. Lister says, "Oh," and Kachansky kisses him on the head.
Forehead,
yeah, gives him a forehead kiss. And he goes, "What's that for?" She says, "For not staying dead." But then Crichton leans in and sprays some alcohol on his head and cleans it. Because, you know, Still, he doesn't like her that much. And he goes, germs. And we cut. And that's the end. And there you go.
Indeed.
Good God, we're almost at 3 hours. That took a lot. Yeah. But good episode, though, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Excellent episode.
Yeah.
The episode was absolutely amazing. Again, if it was just acted more seriously, it would have been another show. Like the plot is
it would have been
amazing.
Star
You have
Trek.
an intelligent, an ultra intelligent virus, by the way, because like the virus said like Epideme. Sorry. Said that he acquires, and I'm saying he because like it's a personality, like at this point.
It's got a male voice, so fine.
Acquires the knowledge of the people killed. So imagine the like with so many dead scientists and engineers
and
stuff like
they flamed a whole planet to get rid of it.
As exactly.
It was passing around to everyone.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
and this episode does actually also have actual consequence because, as stated, Lister is alive, but he now is minus his right arm. So
exactly.
And that carries over in the future. It's like one of the few times that it does carry over. Like the end of the episode, it carries over, and it continues like a continuation story, which I like personally.
Yeah. It's one of the first. I mean, they've had some sort of connected episodes before. They've started doing like a through line narrative wise since series 5-ish. Especially since series 6, where they lost Red Dwarf. That's been like the arc of the last 2 series. And then we get to this, where it's to be continued. So they're doing an actual finale kind of thing, like a 2-parter. So that's cool. Skibbity says PS6 and Xbox vids here, presumably 4K woke games for all. Is there a trailer for the PlayStation 6?
What? Really?
That would be news to me. It seems kind of early but who knows?
Got some news. Wait, I don't.
Yeah. While you're looking for that, I'm gonna go.
2 hours ago, big PS6 leak.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
look at it. Push square.
Yeah. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be back.
No.
New PS6 handheld leak claims Sony needs devs to support PS5 low power mode and maintain 60 FPS by lowering resolutions to get games ready for launch. Okay.
Very.
I mean, a bit weird.
Great.
But, all right. But there you go. That's where we're at now. Of course, we're in the world of consoles now releasing handheld versions as well, because everything's trying to be Steam.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Meanwhile, nobody can afford a decent PC anymore because of the price hikes.
Because of the RAM costs, yeah.
Yeah, it's not only on RAM, by the way. It's moving to video cards, like to everything. Pretty soon, you're gonna need to mortgage your house to get a decent PC.
Yep.
Fucking awful.
Yeah.
And I was just on the market, like I was trying to build my own PCE and probably get it by Christmas or something like that. Now that's not happening unless I get like a fucking 150 people donating to me on the stream. I won't be able to afford anything close to that.
Right. Well, I'll look into that before tomorrow. Obviously, we have hyperdrive time, so that'll give me something to look into, so I know we'll have a show. And thanks for notifying me, man. Appreciate it. I do. It's gonna be an interesting one. Although to be fair, I still couldn't give a rat's ass about the fucking PS6.
Yeah.
But I guess it is still, it's interesting to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
But there we go. Anyway, thank you very much. right. Helzo, are you staying with us for the next one?
No, just I had to jump because I
Right.
already am kind of running a little bit late. But yeah, sorry about that. I'm just gonna say my piece on the final episode of this season.
So good.
As a two-parter, and you said it's 2 out of 5. As a two-parter, again, it didn't feel like a finish. So when you said it's like 2 out of 5 for the next series, it definitely makes more sense. But it's an amazing episode. I loved like the ending, like that little scene at the ending was the best for me. And it is finally good to see that particular thing that you're going to see.
Yes.
Because and with the music and everything, it's amazing. And in my opinion, it's never too sandy, John. It's never too sandy.
No.
You can do everything everywhere. So that's on me.
To be fair, I think she doesn't want to get everything everywhere.
Yeah,
that's what she doesn't want. But go ahead, man.
Could always end up with a string of pearls, you know.
I just don't think she wants to get sand up her pussy. That's all, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, Heldo, go ahead, man. If you want to do an outro,
I just want to say thank you for having me. I'll be happy to be here next week for the next episode and for the series 8. Have a great time reviewing, and hopefully you get to the Jackbox as well.
Sweet, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
at some point, we'll get to Jackbox. I don't know when it will be, and I can't see the bars anyway because the stupid camera's fucked up. So there we go. It's
Thank you.
50. But yeah, thanks, buddy. Take care, and we'll see you next week. Yeah?
For the Vindaluvian Empire. Cheers.
For the glory of Vindaluvian. Thank you. Pledge to exterminate them all. All right, let's get into it. Like, you got any final thoughts about Epideme?
Well, you know, you don't really necessarily have to have final thoughts because we're only halfway through this arc. Quite honestly, I think though we have had, like I said, some level of consequence. Lister's still without an arm, so that's gotta be dealt with.
And I remember being fucking pissed off that had happened. Because again, I just got into the show and I'm like, oh man, like I just got into this and you've already mutilated the main character, like, or what for me was the main character.
I mean that's an interesting thing in of itself, like Lister being the main character for people who came into it around then, which I did as well. And like you've got like everyone at school who's been watching it for longer than you have saying, oh no, like Rimmer's the main character, and just like
Rimmer's gone.
You know,
Lister, like Rimmer's only there in context for Lister, so Lister can have someone to bounce off. Certainly, that's not. I mean, let's put it this way: the books are written from Lister's perspective.
Yeah,
right.
You know, at least at first they are. Like later chapters, are written from whoever's perspective it's about. But it starts with Lister.
Yeah,
getting onto Red Dwarf in the first place.
Yeah, but we are now faced with all hands on deck kind of situation, trying to resolve. Lister's,
is that fun?
What do you think?
Doesn't matter what I think, mate. Anyway, okay. If
we did, they would gotta hand it to me. I had an opportunity to.
You did it again, you son of a bitch. Gotta hand it to you. Yeah.
That's right. My finger's really on the pulse of the moment,
Oh, mate. I'm going to fucking execute you.
Will's giving me a finger behind his broken camera.
There it is. Yeah, there it is. I was waiting for someone to do a finger one as well. Yeah, there you go. Which, by the way, oops, phrasing. But whatever. Anyway, so we begin Nanarchy then, and this is a much better episode than I remembered it being. I only saw it a couple of times. Like I didn't manage to record it when I was a kid, so I only saw it like once or twice, and until I owned the DVDs. But it's a great episode. It's a lot of fun, and deals with a lot. We're gonna have a big fucking dramatic change again. After they recap, where we have Crichton saying, "Last week on Red Dwarf, something terrible happened to Mr. Smell." You get the recap, and interestingly, they barely include Epideme at all in the recap. They literally just make it about how Lister had his arm cut off. So if you didn't see that episode, you might still not know how or why his arm was cut off. But hey, there it is. So we cut to the beginning, and it is Crichton strumming Lister's guitar while he uses his left hand to play the notes. This is a terrible idea, and it will only ever sound awful. But Lister can't play guitar anyway, but the fact that like Crichton is not able to strum any particular strings, he's just strumming the whole 6 strings while Lister runs his hands up the frets. It's very, very annoying to listen to. And yet Lister starts to think it sounds good because he starts bobbing along with it, you know?
Yeah. Which oddly enough, even though he said to take the left arm, that is the fret hand. So
yeah,
it
you
would
wouldn't
have
be playing very much without a left hand. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. So maybe it might have actually turned out a little bit better for him than he. And
although to be fair, if Crichton was operating the frets rather than strumming, it would probably sound better.
Yeah, very likely. Very likely.
Yeah. But whatever. Anyway, although to be fair, those are some real retard fingers that he's got there. So you know, big fucking sausage-sized fingers. So.
You know, it's the union of being able to actually do things rhythmically with one hand while also being able to have the capacity to, you know, hit the frets. So it's
yeah, certainly.
Yeah. It's a combination of skills.
It is, yeah, definitely. Yeah. There's a lot of precision that goes into it.
That's right.
It's the guitar and the piano are very similar in that they're both really easy to play, but very difficult to play well.
Right.
So there you go. Anyway, regardless. So yeah, as we've established, Crichton is strumming Lister's guitar while you know, Lister does the frets badly. So it sounds fucking cacophonous. But and for some reason they think it sounds good. And Kachansky's just sitting there, just listening to this fucking shite. You know, just having to sit and tank it. It's brilliant. Anyway,
the look on her face, though, like her eyes just darting across like this shit.
Yeah.
You can almost see the nervous eye twitch about to happen.
Oh yeah, she's ready to murder them. Yeah. But anyway, there we go. So Crichton strums Lister fingers, and when they finally finish, Crichton says, "Oh, bravo, sir! You see, there's no need for despondency. You can still play the guitar." He never could. But anyway, one sec. Right. So yeah, Lister says, "Yeah, look on the bright side. At least now I'm only half crap." He's finally accepted that he's no good at guitar.
Well,
finally.
he did just you know, get through life and death situation and came out the other side. So
yeah,
he's changed.
He's changed. He's much more, you know, living in reality, whatever. So there you go. Crichton says we should all count our blessings. Kachansky says Crichton's right. The epideme virus might have cost you a limb, but there are countless people who've lost an arm and then gone on to lead a perfectly, and she puts perfectly in one-handed air quotes.
Oh yeah,
normal, and she says unquote life. And Lister says like who? This scene goes on a bit, but it is very funny. Basically, by the time they get through the list, and Lister has demanded them to list 5 people who've gone on to have very normal lives with a missing arm, and they don't really do very well at figuring it out. In fact, it's proper brain rot. Even Kachansky is useless at this, and even she has to go along with the stupidity that Crichton is generating and the cat is generating because she hasn't got a fucking answer either. So the first one she says is Lord Nelson. You know, he beat the French. And Crichton's like, "You're Lord Nelson." There you go, Mom. Thank you, Mom. He beat the French. Lister says, "Who else?" And then she says, the Venus de Milo. Says no arms at all, but that certainly didn't prevent her from pursuing a highly successful modeling career. That was Crichton, actually, who says that. Just totally stupid, obviously, you know, not based on a real person, but also no arms for a reason, because it's not about the arms, it's about the tits. Yeah,
indeed.
But it is what it is, I suppose. So we move on, and they're literally going on about how they're trying to name people, but they can't come up with anyone really. Just Nelson, and then Venus de Milo, and then Cat's like, the painter dude. Lister's like, what painter dude? This is the Welsh guy. You know, the one with one arm. Van Gogh. Which is great, because of course that's the longest town name in the world. Is the, what is it? Clanfair, Clanbrasidi, blah blah blah, 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 blah. Fucking million letters, Gogh. And right. So he's confusing that with Van Gogh, obviously. So yeah, there you go. Basically, Cat says the painter dude. Lister says, what painter dude? The Welsh guy, the one with no arms or one arm. And then I was thinking, like, what about the drummer from Def Leppard?
That's what I've been sitting here I was waiting for a moment to point out the drummer from Def Leppard only has one arm. You know,
we could have done it. You know?
Bloodhound Gang reference.
Yep, that's right. Anyway, Sardoc, by the way, for $5. Hello, mate. Thank you. Says, don't bite your nails, kids. Venus de Milo started like that, and look where she is now. Yeah. Oh no, that's why you shouldn't bite your nails. You know what? I might use that. Well, I think my niece would believe. You know.
Indeed.
So there we go. Anyway, so eventually Kachansky starts listing them. She says, right, so we've got how many? And then she starts listing them. She sort of glosses over the Van Gogh, because that doesn't make any sense. I mean, to be fair,
that's an ear.
Literally, yeah, exactly. They correct him, obviously. Lister said he had one ear, Cat. He cut the other one off. And Cat says, did he? He says, yeah. Says, see? Dude manages to cut off his own ear with just one arm. You're worried about not leading a normal life. But yeah, so Kachansky does start listing them. But before she does that, she says, that guy from The Fugitive, he had one arm. What was his name? And Lister says, the one-armed man. It's like, yeah, that's right. He goes, yeah. And Kachansky goes, yeah, that's him. See, that's 3. Lister says he was a murderer.
Now we've got a fictional character.
I know. Yeah, literally a fictional character. A guy who didn't have one arm. We've got a historical figure and a statue of a goddess. Which is a stylistic choice, not having any arms. And it has nothing to do with the actual person having no arms. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And so Lister's like, he was a murderer. And Kachansky says, was he? He says, yeah, he killed Dr. Richard Kimball's wife. And she says, but that proves my point. You see, if that guy can murder a perfectly able-bodied woman minus a major extremity, I don't think you've got anything to worry about. It's fucking awful, right? But anyway, Lister's like,
which only brings us to 4.
Yeah. I know, yeah, they still don't actually have 5 yet. Until later when the Cat shouts, that Mexican dude, the one who robbed people. It's just like, the one who robbed people? He goes, the one-armed bandit. It's literally a fruit machine, a slot machine.
Yep.
And Lister goes, that's a machine, you gimp. One of the most popular pub games of the 20th century. But there you go. And the fact that Kachansky is actually participating in this nonsense
is part of the crew now.
Yeah, she's been absorbed. Yeah, she's becoming dumber too. But there you go.
She's given up. She's just like,
She's just like, yeah, fuck it. We'll just go along with. She's that desperate to make Lister feel better, which is nice, but it doesn't work. So anyway, so the list is what again? It's Lord Nelson.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, the Venus de Milo, Van Gogh, the one-armed man from The Fugitive, and a slot machine.
Which
that's your list of
means
successful one-armed people.
There's only one person who even qualifies for actual.
And then he's still not having it, of course, because it's stupid. And she says, "Oh, and Dave Lister, there you go, that's 5." Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
So he goes to the loo. He says he's going to the loo. He doesn't actually need to, but it takes him 45 minutes to unbutton his fly, so he might as well make a start. She says, "Do you need a hand?" And he looks at her and she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, I didn't." And she's now developing a character trait of blurting out, the thoughts that she's having.
Which only gets stronger in the next series. I actually think she's better in series 8 than she is in series 7.
Maybe, yeah, probably.
This is still the settling in phase.
You do get the well, there won't be much to settle into in the next series. I told you everything will change. You do get some funny scenes with Kachansky in series 8, particularly Crikey TV, and also they have a fantastic period. And then also just the number of times that she like gets swept up in the sexual magnetism virus and ends up like furiously making out with Lister in the elevator and stuff like that. So
I predict that Crikey TV is going to be John's favorite episode.
Probably, yeah.
Is that one of the next 3 or
no?
Okay. All right. Cool. Because I will be watching the next 3 after we finish up here.
Like 5th or 6th, I think. Yeah. But anyway, there we go. So she said, "Do you need a hand?" And obviously that's what it is. But so here we go, and Lister's drinking a cup of coffee or tea, and Crichton is doing everything for him. He goes, "Biscuit, sir?" And Lister says, "Please." So Crichton,
I like how Lister's just using his hand just to hold.
He could put it on the table and do it himself, but instead he's holding the tea while Crichton feeds him big mix.
Like clearly a task that he actually could endeavor to do himself.
He could do it himself. He could put the fucking cup on the table, exactly, and then he could just do his own damn biscuits. But no, he's letting Crichton do it for him because he's feeling pathetic and sorry for himself. And this is, if anyone has ever met a woman before, they will know that that is not attractive to a woman in any way, shape, or form. A man who is dependent and cannot do anything for himself or refuses to will never, ever, ever get anywhere with a woman. So that's that. Anyway, it's probably why so many SJW men don't get anywhere with women.
Right.
There you go.
They have nothing to gain if you're already submissive.
Exactly. That's why they become gay, because they can't get girls, because they're permanently victimized by whatever they think they're victimized by. So,
I mean, part of a woman's attraction to a dude generally is trying to break him of his foibles and whatnot.
Yeah, he's trying to tame the wild man, and turn him into somebody respectable. Yeah. And meanwhile, Crichton literally, like, he dunks the biscuit, he sort of cleans off the droplets, gives it to Lister. Lister takes a pathetic little bite, and then he puts it down, and like 5 seconds later, he goes, "Another big." Lister's like, "Please."
And what I love is he doesn't grab the same one. He grabs another. He grabs
another one. Yeah, I know. Even though he's not finished the first one. Yeah.
Right.
But there we go. Kachansky gets annoyed and tells him off. Says, "You're not useless, Lister." And he's like, "Oh, I've got an itchy nose." So Crichton carefully scratches Lister's nose for him as Kachansky gets more and more irate at this display of patheticness. She says, "Crichton, I've told you he wants to be independent. He doesn't need you running around after him like he's some kind of invalid." What were you saying, John?
I say she's just drying up by the moment. This is completely off-putting.
Super dry.
Because I would imagine there is some level of her characterization through all this kind of stuff as we see in the episode, there's something teetering there. She's not fully out on Lister. It's just she's not really.
She wants him to be better.
Right. Before she even gives any kind of inkling of anything, but there is at least a thing there,
Indeed, yeah. No, she's definitely got a spark for Lister. Everyone can see it. It's obvious, but not like this.
Yeah.
Not this pathetic version of Lister that's just letting Crichton do everything for him.
Right.
But there you go. Anyway, eventually she gets the ump with both of them, and Lister gives up and says he's going to go stretch his legs and take a walk around the ship. So
in his current state, he had more of a chance as a stiff than
right. Yeah. This is pathetic, and he's getting nowhere. So Crichton does everything for him. He says, "Just opening the door for you, sir. There we go. The door's open, sir. Now just closing the door, sir." Literally, like. And then he's like, "The door's closing, sir." And as Lister's long gone now, he's shouting down the corridor after him, "The door's really closing. The door's nearly closed, and it's closed, sir." And Kachansky pops out and says, "Florence Nightingale, can I have a word?" And tells him off. She says, "Look, deep down, I'm a big softie. The first time I saw Gone with the Wind, I went through a whole box of Kleenex. Now, Voyager, I was so choked up I couldn't speak for 30 minutes. Crichton says, "I'll take a note, Mom. Now, Voyager, worth keeping on standby." And anyway, "Carry on, Mom." She says, "I'm saying I'm not a heartless bitch. So you'll understand that what I'm about to say isn't easy. Back off, mister. Let him learn to cope on his own. It's the only way." And then she tells Crichton, "Weren't you supposed to be making him a new arm anyway?" And he's like, "Oh yes, well I've been meaning to get around that, Mom, but what with being on 24-hour wipe alert, I wasn't." There you go.
Yeah. Hey, that's what you do. These are the things you're willing to do for a friend,
Yep. True story. But there you go. So yeah, it turns out Kachansky says, like, "Wipe alert? No, don't even tell me what that means. I have a feeling I know, and if I'm right, it's the grossest thing I've ever heard." She says, "I mean his mouth. I help him get rid of the crumbs around his mouth." She says, "Oh, yeah, that's what I thought." It's absolutely gross. Mouth crumbs. Ugh, disgusting. But of course, no, she thought he meant wiping his ass. No. Anyway, Lister and the cat are sitting around, and wait, is it after that? Yeah, that's the heartless bitch speech.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, snap.
Whoa! T-Gap, stay for the 20 memberships, boy!
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanahangara cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bankhanaga hoogs. Humongous hungalamganonologangas.
What happens next? What happens next? That's right. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. 20 for the Grift Force, 20 for the Princess. Yeah.
Let's go, Grift Force! Doing it for the princesses!
Like that, we were on 35. Appreciate you guys. You can't see the bar because the camera's fucked up, but you can. I can see it. And it's 35 now out of 50. So that much closer to the next game of Jackbox. Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate you, mate.
We started with only 15 in, and now we're only 15 away.
There you go. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Indeed.
I hate that quote. Dumbest thing that George Lucas ever said, actually.
Well, actually, I think the dumbest thing he ever said was, "I agree to these terms."
That's true, yeah. Signed his fucking company over to literally the worst fucking entertainment.
The white slavers, as he referred to them openly.
Yeah, he hates Disney. Why did he sell for them? Oh, Bob Iger, that's why. Bob, I'm gonna fuck up everything I got. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, the cat and Lister are sitting playing a game, and the cat is about to give some world class fucking annoying, retarded bullshit, because that is basically the cat. This is worse than the claustrophobia bit, you know, where like, wow, it is really, really dead. It's really packed in here. You couldn't swing a dead me around, you know. There you go. So Cat says, it's a real son of a bitch about your arm, bud. Losing an arm, that is one terrible thing. And Lister goes, your move. He says, can you imagine that? Yes, I think you can, Cat. Yeah, he says, 1 minute you got 2 arms, and the next, one. Phooey, that's tough. Your move. He goes, and it stands to reason we must need 2 arms. That's why we got 2 arms. Well, except you. It's so fucking thoughtless and stupid. And again, he goes, your move. He goes, you're probably wondering, is this going to affect my life? But I've been thinking about this, and I think the answer is yes, it is. Yes. Your snagging move. Because if it were me, I couldn't survive. First chance I get, I'd climb to the top of my highest pair of platform boots and leap to my death or something. I couldn't stand the thought of not being perfect. And Lister goes, move! Oh, no, wait, he hasn't shouted yet. He just says, move. And the cat says, but with you, I think it's different. Take a pit bull terrier, a real ugly son of a bitch. It loses his leg somehow, and the pit bull says to, hey, man, I've only got 3 legs. Will Lady Pitbull still like me? And he starts laughing. And he goes, I mean, you got to stop from laughing, haven't you? He's ugly with 4 legs. He's ugly with 3. Well, he'd be ugly if you put him in a suit and gave him a carnation. So here's something I think is going to cheer you up. And Lister says, it's your move. He goes, Mr. Pitbull, put it there, buddy. And he starts the handshake thing again. And Lister shouts, move! And the cat hears him finally and understands what he meant, but also completely misinterprets what he's saying from being make your move in the game to get out of here.
You're right.
And so he goes, okay, I'm going. I don't think you've been listening to a thing I've said. Total dickhead move. So anyway, there we go. Now we get into the scene, the really great scene, probably the best scene in the whole episode, which is where Crichton has now made him a prosthetic arm.
Yeah.
This huge, great fucking thing that he's wearing.
Yeah, with those
and he needs to learn to control it.
Or penis fingers.
Meaning, huh?
I say yes with the penis fingers.
He's got penis fingers. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, little tiny penis fingers. But there you go. So he's like literally telling Lister, you're going to have to concentrate and actually get good at moving the arm. It will happen automatically eventually, but for now, you've got to like consciously try to move it. But there we go. Anyway, so he says, concentrate, sir. I want you to think, arm, pick up the ball. He puts the ball down. And Lister's like, okay. He goes, now just think, I will pick up the ball. He goes, I will pick up the ball. He goes, that's right. Good. Now concentrate. I will pick up the ball. He goes, okay, now really think. Hand. And he goes, I will pick up the ball. He goes, pick up the ball. That's right. That's right. Pick up the ball. Pick up the ball. Now pick up the ball, Hand. That's right. Now keep going, sir. Pick up the ball. Now focus down onto that and keep that thought, sir. Pick up the ball. And you just go louder and more and crazy as it goes, as the fingers begin to just barely move at all. He goes, that's right, sir. Now keep going. Now really think. Now, Hand, pick up the ball. Pick up the ball. Really get it going, sir. Pick up the ball. Pick up the ball. Really start to go now, sir. Hand, pick up the ball. Now let's keep moving. Keep on, sir. You can do it. Come on, Hand, pick up the ball. You're going to move that hand, sir. You're going to move that hand. Move that hand, sir. Now pick up the ball. Pick up the ball. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. It's starting to move. Now, yes. It's definitely moving, sir. Yes. 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 And then finally the hand just barely moves and picks up the ball. or at least lands on the ball.
Puts on his hand, yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. And he goes, "Oh, bravo, sir!" And Lister's like, "Oh my god, the sweat's dripping off me." And Crichton says, "Oh, that was fantastic, sir. Absolutely marvelous. It worked like a dream." And Lister goes, "Is that it?" And he says, "Well, how do you mean, sir?" He goes, "Is that the best it works?" Because in other words, if I want to pick up a ball, am I going to have to take the morning off? He goes, "It was a tad slow, sir, I'm forced to admit." He goes, "A tad? The only thing I've seen slower is Rimmer in a disco." So he decides he's going to dial up the sensitivity impulse thing to make it a little bit faster. He goes, "Okay, let's try again. Hand, pick up the ball." And Lister goes, "Okay, hand, pick up the ball. Pick up the ball." Bang! And he mashes Crichton right in the fucking face. Punches him straight in the face, and Crichton goes, "I think, sir, there's a lot of anger in you, and that's what's driving the arm." He goes, "I don't feel angry." He goes, "Well, you've lost your arm, sir. You're you have every right to feel angry."
Yep.
Yeah. And Lister says, "I don't. I promise I don't." And he goes, and Crichton says, "Well, you see, it's subconscious. You're thinking, hand, pick up the ball. But your subconscious is saying, punch Crichton in the head. Beat the brains out of the demented droid that cut off my beloved arm. Am I right?" He goes, "Crichton, that's rubbish." And he goes, and then again, the arm smacks towards Crichton, misses him this time. Oh no! It does punch Crichton, and that sends Crichton flying back several feet.
Yep.
He just smacks him with the arm. Where's the calm? Oh, fucking whatever. So there we go. Crichton says, "It's far too dangerous to let you out with that arm, sir. 2 minutes with Miss Kachansky, and who knows what you'll be swinging around your head." I have no idea. But there you go. Now, Kachansky is in the midsection and trying to think. There must be a solution to all this. Cat says, "Hey, half-eaten lollipop head. What about one of your spares? What do you say, mother boarder?" Crichton says, "Too heavy, sir. With the strain and extra weight, it would be impossible for Mr. Lister even to get up." Cat says, "You could always take it off if he was going on a date." With who? Lister says, "Can someone take him outside and do something to him? Ideally involving ice cubes in any puckered body cavity." But yeah, it's true. But there you go. Where are we at? That was it. So anyway, Kachansky says, "Wait a minute. What about your self-repair system? Can't that help?" Says Mom. Says, "When you have a mechanical failure, it fixes itself, doesn't it? The Crichton back in my dimension had these tiny little robots, subatomic," and he goes, "nanobots. They break objects down into their component atoms and then recombine those atoms to repair damaged circuits. It is, what is it? Nanotechnology."
Yep.
Which is cool. It's very cool.
Gear.
It's very sci-fi. Oh, hold on a sec. There we go. All right. So we've got nanotech, we've got Metal Gear happening right here. Nanomachines. But there we go. So the cat doesn't really understand the idea of these tiny little subatomic robots. And Crichton says, "Let me think of a cogent paradigm." And Cat says, "I'd rather have a good example." Because it's the same fucking thing. But there you go. So Crichton points out to the cat a lead pencil. He says, "This is a lead pencil. It's made of graphite, which is a particular arrangement of carbon atoms." And then he points at the cat's suit somewhere on it, and he's got diamonds or whatever. And he says, "This is a diamond. Its too is made of carbon atoms. Nanobots can rearrange atoms so that they take the lead pencil, move the atoms around a bit, and turn it into diamonds." And Cat says, "It's possible to make diamonds out of pencils?" Crichton says, "It's also possible to make computer chips out of sand." Kachansky says, "So what happens if we transform some of your nanobots into Dave? Wouldn't they be able to build him a new arm from his excess body tissue?" Oh, excuse me. And he says, "Unfortunately, Mom, that's not possible. No." Lister says, "Why not?" He says, "I no longer have any nanobots. They deserted me. When and where, I can't be exactly certain." But yeah, literally turns out that they left quite a while ago. And Kachansky says, what was the last repair they made? Crichton says, when we were on the Esperanto, just before we met the Despair Squid. So we're going all the way back to reality now. And it turns out that is the place where they were when they lost Red Dwarf, or just before they lost Red Dwarf, which makes sense because obviously Back to Reality ends and then Series 6 begins and they've lost Red Dwarf. So it's nice to get that gap filled in. So yeah, Lister says that was ages ago before we lost the dwarf. Crichton says that's why I've given up hope of ever finding them. Lister says, let's set a course back to the Esperanto. He says, but I promise you it's futile, sir. And Lister looks at Crichton like a piece of shit. He says, I'll start preparing the suspended animation birds. And so there you go. So they've all gone into stasis again, and they literally fly back. Literally flying back to the same area where the Despair Squid was. Now, here we go. Then they're all coming out of stasis because they would have had to have gone in there for like a couple of years to get back to the Esperanto.
This point,
yeah. So they just literally put themselves in stasis and carry on. And so there we go. We've arrived at nearby the Esperanto, supposedly. And they file through. Each one's dressed in blue overalls, drinking from rehydration bottles. And Lister looks out the starboard cockpit window and says, hang on a minute. We're not there. Where the smeg are we? And Kachansky says, the computers brought us out of the deep sleep early. Sorry, that's not Kachansky's voice. Says, it must have picked up something. Lister says, maybe it's something to do with this planetoid directly ahead. Crichton scans it. He says, no. That's ridiculous. Kachansky says, what is? He says, it's not even worth mentioning, Mom. Must be a scanner fault. Scanning again. Rescanning. And he goes, what? Again? And Lister says, what is it, man? You look shakier than a silicone implant ward during an earthquake. And Crichton says, well, according to our scanners, the planetoid out there is Red Dwarf.
Shock.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. So the planetoid that they found is apparently, according to the scanner, Red Dwarf itself. And Lister says, bah, must be on the blink. And Kachansky says, of course it's on the blink. We're talking about the same piece of equipment that last month detected a planet entirely populated by air stewardesses. It says, quite a while checking that out. Kat says, I know we gave up too soon. It was at least worth one more week. One more week. That's right.
Okie doke.
Yeah.
Oh, Kat.
Yes, third week right after this, if I have time. But there we go. Yeah, that's funny, that is. But there is apparently additional factor. Kachansky says, which is? Crichton says, we've been here before. Kat says, of course we have. It's the cockpit, dummy. We come here all the time. He says, in this sector of the galaxy, sir, doesn't it look familiar? And Lister says, Crichton, it's space. Black with twinkly bits. It all looks familiar. And Crichton says, if you look to the port side, the planet in the distance is the ocean world where we discovered the Esperanto. And Lister says, that was just before we lost Red Dwarf. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Kat says, I'm thinking wearing leather underpants with silver studs is a real mistake if you put them on just on inside out. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not a pleasant thing. All right. There we go. So they end up deciding they're going to take a vehicle down to the planet, some kind of car or whatever.
A buggy, they refer to it as. Get the buggy.
That's right. That's right. They launch a buggy and they go down to the planet. So they are now on the planet dressed in these huge fucking parkas. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. That's right. So they get down to this planet and they're all dressed up for it, but unfortunately the swirling vortex of atoms has turned the entire planet basically into a dust storm, a sandstorm, you know, a massive one too. And Lister says, okay, I'm going to take some readings and grab some soil samples. The cat says, looks kind of blowy. Kaczynski says, it's an electric storm, whooshing the sand about. Cat says, you can say that again. There must be more electricity out there than the surge that went through the national grid during the commercial break in the all-Olympic all-girls custard wrestling finals. Yeah. And a minute. There we go. Okay. So the cat leaves and goes out into the storm. Say what? Yeah.
The Custard Wrestling Championship. I'm just thinking, you know, like AI opportunities.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, well done. Thanks, man. I'll keep that in mind. I've got to work on the Christmas one first, though.
Indeed.
Maybe wrestling in treacle, huh?
Or eggnog.
Or eggnog, yeah. Why not? Although that will be tricky.
Yeah. Maybe cranberry sauce.
Maybe we'll just have one woman pouring eggnog on another's face.
Oh,
you could literally call the venue Lapland.
Hey, there you go. The Santa strip club. Yeah, that'll do it. Lapland. So anyway, there we go. Now, the cat buggers off out into the storm. The wind's blowing. Lister says, phew. Kaczynski says, I can't believe you're here. How did you persuade Crichton to let you out? He goes, not me mom, Chris. He says, I hope the cat's not too long. I promise we'll be back by tea. Cat returns and says, it is impossible out there. Lister says, do you need some different goggles? He goes, no, I need a comb.
Yeah, as you kind of see, his hair is completely fucked.
Completely fucked, yeah. Wind and sand swarm around the interior again until the door bangs shut. Kaczynski takes out a small bag from her coat and offers Lister a sweet. And he says, yeah, thanks. And of course, it's a boiled sweet in a wrapper, like a hard candy, you guys would call it. So he immediately tries to unwrap it with just one hand. And it takes so long. Finally, it's so clumsy that he ends up dropping it on the floor and starts reaching for another one. And she just says, here, have another. Reaching for it. She says, here, have another one. He goes, I can do it. She says, look, don't be silly. Let me. He goes, I can do it. Really. I'm not an idiot. Anyway, he finally asks her, now that I've got no arm, does it make any difference to anything? And she's like, you know, I think there's an element of pity that's making her sort of develop feelings for him because of how much he's actually suffered, you know. And he says, does it make any difference to anything? He goes, I mean, if you were a three-legged pit bull terrier.
Well, you know, given that she likes vulnerable Dave, he is pretty vulnerable at this point in time,
right.
Maybe for
it's
different kind of reasons, but you know.
Exactly. So how would you feel about a three-legged, you know? And he goes, does it make any difference to, well, plucking any old relationship out of the air? Us. And she says, Dave, before you lost your arm, I thought you were a no-good, disgusting bum. And I still do. So no, none at all. He says, I need to know, is this going to make any difference to women? She says, losing an arm isn't going to make any difference to any woman who cares about you. You mean like you, maybe? That's it. He says, really? She says, really? He says, what about sex? She says, not here. It's too sandy.
I tell.
So she's been acting like it's no way on the cards ever, but immediately that he says it, what about sex? She just literally just says, not here. Instantly. He goes, what about sex? Not here. It's too sandy.
Which means that she wasn't saying it to be jokey. She just
she was dead serious. It's like a Freudian slip, not a Freudian slip. It's just like literally, she wasn't thinking.
She wasn't
and
guarded.
It just came out. She didn't have her shields up. She just literally made it clear to him that she'll fuck his brains out, but not here.
Right.
So there we go. Anyway, before Lister can really take in a last comment, the door of the buggy is wrenched open. The cat flings himself onto the seat. The howling wind is silenced as he bangs the door shut. Where's the thing with the suite? When does that?
It happens here momentarily.
Yeah. Was it not? It was before the sex comment. I've missed it.
Yeah. Because like it all happened. The door swirling around. Because that's what sets the conversation into motion. Because he goes and he picks it up.
Yeah.
And then rubs it on his jacket, and it gets all furry.
Yeah.
That's when
and
she
then it
says,
gets stuck to his head.
Right.
And she tries to take it and let him give it to her.
Yeah, because that's when she had said the whole thing about just get another one. He's like, I'm not stupid, like he's like, I got this, and then like
I forgot to mention that happened. Yeah,
and he.
So then she opens the door and tries to throw it out the other side, and of course it blows back in and lands on his head again.
Yeah,
that's right, and that's the line here when he says, "What? Where is it? Come on, go back." That's it.
Yeah, because he
That's
chucks
right
it out
after she said it.
Yeah, the wind gets
right
back
there.
on his face, and then she's like, "Fine, I'll take care of this for
Yeah,
you."
that's the moment right here on the camera now where he says, "What about sex?" She says, "Not here. It's too sandy."
Yeah,
and she's not thinking. Then she sort of realizes what she said and sort of just sits quietly and a little sheepishly for a second. Then the door flings open. The cat comes back in. She says, "How'd you get on?" He says, "Take a look," and he hands this sand in a jar to Lister, who scans it. It says this sand, these atoms didn't start out as sand atoms. They've been engineered nanobotically. From what? Computer chips, you name it. According to the particle analyzer, the planetoid is Red Dwarf. So the cat heads out again. Kachansky says, "Where are you going?" He goes, "I'm going to need some help. There's a lot of stuff out here. Looks like it might be worth checking out." He goes, "What stuff?" He goes, "Hey, feels like the storm's easing off." Nothing has changed.
Right.
It says, "Hey, feels like the storm's easing off. Come see for yourself."
Which I love that bit because it's a callback to Maroons, and when Lister comes back in the room, it's like, "Oh, it's still snowing."
Yeah. That's right. Still snowing, is it? Yeah. But there you go. So they make their way outside, and he's got a box of stuff, and they come back in all together.
Yep.
And I've got this crate of stuff, and it's just various bits of whatever. And Creighton says, "Oh, I was beginning to worry. Oh, what on earth is this?" And she says, "The whole damn planetoid's packed with stuff from Red Dwarf. Supplies, bunks, drinks dispensers, you name it. It's like a giant car boot sale." That's a garage sale to you Americans. Cat says, "I think we got some valuable stuff." Lister says, "What? Napkin rings, a box of hairnet requisition forms, a motorized tie rack, and an inflatable shark." Says, "What a haul." She says, "There must be some useful stuff." Cat says, "I couldn't see what I was getting." And Lister lifts up a device. It's a watch.
Yep.
He pulls it up, buffs it, and it blinks onto life.
Hey,
and
dudes.
And you go, "All right, dudes." It is, of course, OG Holly.
Indeed.
Lister says, "What the smeg are you doing here, Hall?" And there's a huge laugh and clap kind of reaction from the audience. By the way, everyone's really, really happy to see Holly again.
Yeah,
so and of course it's Norman Lovett, who we haven't seen since series 2. Like I actually kind of forgot, and I think I just kind of generally do forget that it is that long between.
Right.
Between
he's
Norman
been off
Lovett
the show
appearances.
longer than he was on it at this
He's been
point.
off the show for 5 years, except it's actually not 5 years because there was a 3-year gap. So it's more than that. It's like 8 years. So there you go. Anyway, Holly goes, "Those little what's-its Kaczynski goes, nanobots, and he goes, they remolecularized, anyway, they did that word that I can't say to the whole ship and left it all the bits they didn't want on that planetoid.
Molecularized.
Says, what? They fixed your core program and then decided they'd be better off without you. Says, yeah, it was shortly after they'd met me.
Insufferable bots.
This little bit about them fixing the core program is kind of like what my headcanon uses to explain why it's Norman Lovett and not Hattie Hayridge.
Oh, I mean, I think that's definitely in the script.
Yeah,
I think I think that's implied. That like literally that.
Yeah, they had to fix the faults.
Like, he's still incompetent, so they haven't actually fixed him at all. They've just restored him to what he was like in the days when he was active as Norman Lovett. So that, to me, that's why they've done it too. They've restored him back to his default setting, which is Norman Lovett. Although he says he chose that face, of course, as well in another episode, because it was the face of the greatest and most prolific lover who ever lived, apparently. Anyway, whatever. Crichton says,
good to see him.
One machine to another. Welcome back online, Holly. And Holly says, what's happened to him? That's quite horrific, isn't it? What was it? Cheap razor. It's just not worth buying them from garages, is it? Crichton says, don't you remember me? I'm Crichton. He goes, Crichton? I'm sorry, mate. It's just the way the light was shining on your, what's the word? Face, I suppose. He goes, just didn't recognize you for a minute. Never forget a face, usually. Never. Crichton says, it's good to see you again. He goes, and you are?
What?
Never forget a face. It's time for some cheap Norman Lovett gags, you know. Quick one-liners about an incompetent robot.
It's welcome though, because it's just been such a long time. This is a nice this scene is fan servicey to some degree, but it in the best of ways,
Oh yeah, definitely. But there you go. So Lister says, unbelievable, dumped on a planet in the middle of an electro storm and left to rot for hundreds of years, and the guy's lost nothing. So there we go. Now, of course, it was hundreds of years. Remember, it wasn't a couple of years. I was wrong because, of course, they did the beginning of Series 6 bit where they'd been in stasis for a couple of hundred years chasing Red Dwarf.
Right.
So they had to fly back and do that again.
Right. And even, which is also the reason they'd have to go into stasis, because even with the Starbug now 300%, improved in terms of speed, it's, it's still going to take a third of the amount of time, which hundreds of years took, at least 100 years of stasis roughly to get back to where they were, if not more. So
Yep, definitely. They went into stasis to get back here. It would have taken just as long as it did on the way out. So there you go. Now they're at the midsection table again, talking about the Esperanto. So basically, while they were on the Esperanto, your nanobots mutinied and took over Red Dwarf. He says, they wanted a ship. In my body, there was nothing new to explore, but Red Dwarf itself was far too big. And Kaczynski says, but they're nanobots. And she says they can change anything into anything else. Lister says, yeah, they can take a pot noodle and turn it into food.
That is quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, that's right. So they took Red Dwarf, made a subatomic version, and turned the rest of the atoms into a planetoid for safekeeping. So there we go. And what was it that they spent months chasing? What was producing the vapor trail? Red Dwarf. Cat says, did someone just turn over 2 pages at once? Crichton says, we were chasing the nano Red Dwarf. That's why the readings were so minute and hard to pinpoint. Kaczynski says, so now they could be anywhere? You pursued them across half the galaxy. Lister says, until we finally lost track of the readings, probably because of a scanner malfunction. Holly says that, or they went somewhere out of the reach of your scanners.
That's right. Exposition machine has returned.
Yeah, that's right. So there we go. And Holly says scanners are programmed to scan on the outside. To escape, they just had to stop. So that's it. They literally didn't have to move anywhere. They just had to stop. And Kaczynski puts 2 and 2 together rather miraculously, because it is to be honest, pretty fucking flimsy the way they explain this happening in this scene. But whatever. She does her fair share of expository lifting as well, saying, "You mean the nanos could be in here on board Starbug somewhere?" So that's not what he said, but that's what we're supposed to infer. So okay. Lister says, "Hey, he could be right," and Holly says, "He's back, kicking bottom or what?" Yeah, so very, very pleased with himself, of course, as always. And Crichton says, "Recalibrating scanner, sir, performing internal sweep." He says, "What are you getting?" "Nothing yet, just 2 pieces of Bombay aloha you dropped several millennia ago down the service ducts, where they appear to have evolved into a rudimentary intelligence and formed a progressive folk duo." Yeah, because, you know, progressive is rudimentary intelligence. So there's that. Anyway, there we go. Anyway, so we can have this, and okay, right. Crichton says they're okay. So we narrow the parameters. He says, "Oh my, you were right, sir. I think we found them." Where?
There it is.
And this is, of course, the great punchline of Series 7 and Series 6 that we've been kind of waiting for quite a while now. When we obviously got to Series 6, the whole time I was thinking they're in Lister's laundry basket. It's in Lister's laundry basket. You know? So they've been chasing Red Dwarf for hundreds of years, only to discover that the nanobots they were looking for were in Lister's fucking laundry basket the entire time, with a microscopic version of Red Dwarf. And I suppose we're supposed to infer that Lister does his laundry so irregularly that they've never once tried to look in there or found anything. And even if they had, they would.
I think it also suggests that anything that goes into the laundry bin, even Crichton won't clean, because once it's there, it's just kind of
it's a write-off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the point is that Red Dwarf has been in Lister's laundry for hundreds of years.
Right.
So there we go. Or at least 2 years, because again, it would have taken them hundreds of years to travel, but Lister refers to it as 2 years.
Right.
Because that's what it's been. So he says, "So Red Dwarf spent the last 2 years exploring strange new worlds in my laundry basket." And Crichton says, "Of course, the ship is now so small that to the nanos, a hole in one of your athletic supports is at least the size of a galaxy." Says, "Hey, I like the sound of that. Dave Lister, the man with the galaxy-sized jockstrap." Anyway,
long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Exactly.
Jockstrap.
Exactly. So there we go. Anyway, Holly says, "The little scamps. It's the oldest trick in the book. Capture your ship, turn it into a planet, then explore a macro universe in a laundry basket. How could you fall for an old scam like that?" What? Oh no. But there you go. So Crichton says, "Mom, can you tell me if the readings change?" And he basically grabs a glass and smushes it around in the laundry basket 3 or 4 times until eventually he manages to catch the nanobots inside this jar, which he then tells them he can communicate with them. So he's going to be the one to go and do the communication. It's very important that Crichton be the one to do it.
That's right.
So
That's right. He's skilled for these sorts of things.
Exactly, yes. And what he ends up meaning is that he's going to grab a pencil and tap furiously on the jar.
Uniquely qualified.
That's it. Uniquely qualified. He goes, "Can you hear me, you pesky little critters? We want our ship back and we want a new arm for Mr. Lister. Are you receiving me?" Soft, high-pitched warbling tones can suddenly be heard, and a wall monitor begins to display live on page after page of gibberish. Sorry. Crichton says, "Aha, we have contact. They're communicating in machine code. Leave the talking to me." He goes, Have you any idea what you've done? Deserting your droid, you've broken every reg in the manual. And to compound matters by stealing our ship, it's unbelievably naughty. Uniquely qualified to communicate with. It says, now listen up. Here's the deal. We want that planetoid turned back into Red Dwarf, and we also want you to build a new arm for Mr. Lister. If you don't, you'll get more of this, and starts tapping on the glass again. So let's move on. Crichton and Lister are there. Lister is strapped into this thing. And Crichton is preparing him for hopefully receiving his new arm. But anyway, Lister says, so they'll really manufacture me a new arm from my existing skin and bone tissue? Crichton says, I've got them worked up into such a frenzy, sir. They'll do anything I say. Great. Bullying the little droids. Okay. He goes,
that always works out well.
And Crichton dips a finger in and shows Lister his middle finger.
Yep.
But there we go. Anyway, Doctor Who and Red Dwarf peak UK sheet all are gay, says Seabrew for 11 months. Okay, cool. Everyone's a critic. Enjoy.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks
for your patronage.
Thank you for your donation. Yeah, as Ryan used to say. I guess that's literally all I can say at this point. So there we go. There we are. Anyway, so yeah, Crichton shows his middle finger to Lister, and it's got nano on it. And he goes, here.
Just has to insert it.
That's right. Millions and millions of them. All I have to do now is insert them into your body.
She's kind of menacing.
Says a hypodermic, sir. He's like, oh, thank God for that.
Right. Bend over.
Anyway, as Lister begins to wake up, they all walk in. Kachansky says, I can't bear to look. Has it worked? Someone tell me. Crichton says, let's all turn around after 3. 1, 2, 3. They all turn around and they get a look at Lister's new body. As it turns out, it's this gigantic, ripped, shredded, muscle-bound hyper body.
Right. He's an Uber Lister.
Yeah, right. And, there's the bodybuilder who played that was on set. And I remember seeing the interviews with Chloe Annett, where she's so polite, but you could tell that she was just gaping for this guy when he was on set. she's like, wow, it was really, really amazing. This man just, wow, just wow. It's really funny because she's trying to be really polite, but what she's basically trying to say is that she was absolutely making a puddle on the floor for that guy. So that's hilarious. But in the episode, she has to look at it like she's disgusted by it.
Right.
Clearly not. Clearly, in real life, she was like, whoa. I think she actually is jealous of the other people who get to like actually touch the body. She's like, I didn't know we were allowed to touch him. It's really funny. Poor girl. Anyway, Skibbity's here for €5 and says, we have been chasing midi-chlorians for thousands of years. They all left on a boat for Britain. It's true. And they were allowed right in. Anyway, there we go. Thank you very much, by the way, for the €5. Appreciate you, Skibs. Anyway, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I suppose the positive we can read from this, at least character-wise, is that Kachansky, she appreciates Lister for who he is as he is, and even this more kind of well-defined physically version of him is not the right mix.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're supposed to infer, that it's a fuck up and he's not supposed to look like this and that she finds it freaky. It's just hilarious to think that in real life she was like, whoa.
Of course.
Because, like, I don't know if it's like the thing. Most girls would sort of say they don't want a massive pile of muscle in a guy, but they're all equally just floored by it when they are encountered it.
Right. Well, I think it's they might, they don't want to put a ring on it, but
You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
like,
no, I know
like
exactly
saying,
what you
I
mean.
don't want a
but-
girl with huge tits out of being polite, but then when
Right.
you see a pair of huge tits, you're like, oh wow, yeah,
Right.
nice.
Right.
You know, it's
Oh,
true.
yeah, no, you can-
can't help
yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's just the way it is. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I think it's cute actually that she's like that. So there we go. So it's just hilarious that there's this guy who's wearing Lister's dreads and she's there looking at her with this sort of horrified expression. But actually she's like having to go to the toilet between takes, to mop up. But there you go. So he says, did it work? Crichton says, it's been a 100% success, sir. In fact, it's been a 500% success. In fact, well, if that's all, sir, I think I'll retire for the evening. Good night. He goes, release me, Chris. I've got to see it. And so she disengages the support and he steps back, undoubtedly noticing his unfamiliarly ponderous gait and creaking muscles. She says, they probably didn't mean any harm. I think they were trying to make up for before. We'll get them to have another go, okay? Lister walks past her and steps in front of a full-length mirror. And he looks down. Ah!
As the credits.
No, not yet.
Nope, not. You're right. Not just yet.
Not yet.
That's right.
We're getting there.
We're
Because
getting there.
while that's happening, the cat is very, very happily flying along, blinking in disbelief as for the first time we hear da 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 da, and like the first time since fucking I don't know series 2 or something like that.
Yes, the
You
revelation.
get the original Red Dwarf theme as the original Red Dwarf reappears, and Starbug, now dynamically CGI'd, flies over to it. Right. And the cat says, right, nice rebuild. Those nano dudes done a real neat job. It says, hey, this seems even bigger than I remember. Right. And then you hear this as Starbug enters the docking bay,
sounding like a fly.
You hear the sound of basically a fly buzzing around. Yeah, and it is, of course, Starbug, because there is a curiously large amount of space as Starbug flies in, passes itself, rebuilt by the nano machines, at about 100 times the size that it's supposed to be. And so yeah, Red Dwarf has been recreated, and just like Lister, it's many times bigger than it is meant to be. At least 5-10 times bigger than it is. As Kat says, guys, we got a problem.
Right.
And we cut to the
credits roll. Yeah, that's right.
Yes. There you go. So we have arrived. We've returned. Red Dwarf is back. They have returned and they are back in the red. Which is coincidentally the title of the next 3 episodes that we have to do next week.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. So we have completed an arc, but also started a whole new situation that needs to be explored in depth, because
you don't know the half of it, brother.
Oh yeah.
It is
it's about to get very interesting.
The whole ship has been recreated, restored.
Right.
Everything has been replaced, rebuilt.
Oh, I assume there's some interesting implications in that right there. I will be finding out here shortly.
Interesting implications for that.
Yes, definitely. I'll be finding out shortly as after we finish before the J Awards. I'm going to watch the next 3 episodes.
Not just the ship as they had it, but the ship
the ship as it is meant to be.
It's done from the blueprints, so it's actually a higher quality ship.
Yeah, actually. In Series 8, they've CGI Red Dwarf, and it's now long. They call it the pencil because it's now as it was originally supposed to be. The model was supposed to be 3 or 4 meters long, but they didn't have enough time, so they built the stunted version of it, the actual dwarf version of it that we were used to seeing. But it's supposed to be a very, very, very long ship, and so it is now. I know we got the shot of the original Red Dwarf here, but in the next series it will be a completely upgraded CGI Red Dwarf.
Right. Well, I assume it's still in the process of rebuilding. They're just there now, though.
And there's a karaoke bar on G-Deck.
There's now a karaoke bar, yeah.
Oh, that'll make for some good times, I'm sure.
I don't think you ever see it. No, you spend most of the time on one particular floor of the ship in Series 8.
All right. Well, like I say, I will be finding out here.
You'll be finding out very shortly. Let's just say the factory settings have been restored to Red Dwarf, which I'm sure you can imagine what that might mean.
Oh yeah, I get the idea that we're about to have quite the I guess conclusion to what has been set up, and if it's restoring things.
It's like the most iconic line of the first episode.
Oh yeah,
is going to be
I assume that's where this is going, but I will just leave it at that.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that. I don't want to ruin it for you.
No,
but it's going to be a weird one. It's going to be all change, you know.
Indeed.
But there we go. And I mean, let's be fair. It will be nice to see Rimmer again. Because as I've mentioned multiple times, Rimmer's back in Series 8. So that's cool. Anyway, there you go. That's it. What did you guys think?
I enjoyed it. I've watched it actually a few times this week because, like I said, since we've gotten into this season, I have taken to, as soon as we finish up, I watch the next episodes, and I just watch them throughout the week. And that's not to say that the quality wasn't there to begin with. It's just now, like, there is, because of the way that the writing has kind of changed into this more, kind of series, oriented. One thing leads to the next. There is a little bit more of an anticipation of actually seeing what the next development is, rather than just what the next kind of escapade might be. So I think this has been it's been a saga, the loss and now the return to Red Dwarf. There has been a lot of growth as characters. I mean, there was even a break in between the seasons that took place. So this has been well earned by people who were watching it then at the time, and even just over the course of just watching it season to season, the way that I've been able to do it. It's still, it's earned an actual kind of like, oh, wow, yeah, okay. Finally, let's see what happens here, because it's been a long time coming. And it's always that last place you look, obviously, because you don't need to look anymore once you find it.
Yeah, I know. I hate that phrase. It's always the last place you look.
Right.
Why would you keep looking?
Right. But it is kind of interesting that it was effectively there the entire time.
Yeah, it was in Lister's laundry the entire time. It's ludicrous, of course. Yeah. Absolutely stupid. They had a microscopic version of Red Dwarf on board Starbug the entire time.
Right.
Nonsense. But hey, it makes sense. It makes enough sense. So
yeah.
All right, that I guess is it. Rody, you got anything you want to add, man?
Just like I really do love the way that they set up the end of Series 7 and the beginning of Series 8 as like one kind of I guess that one was kind of supposed to be the movie at some point.
I think Series 8 is I think that was basically what was supposed to be the movie, some part of Series 7 and Series 8.
Yeah.
Definitely. Because if you're gonna go movie, then you're gonna go big, and going big would entail most of what we're gonna see in the beginning of Series 8.
The next 3 episodes, yeah. And then we get all sitcom again, but really good.
Then it will be real sitcom, like Porridge in Space again. It sort of returns to the sort of format of the first 2 series, but also bigger, better, much more dynamic.
Yeah,
they don't abandon anything that they've done in the last 6 seasons or 7 or 5 or whatever you want to call it that they've spent perfecting the format. It's just okay. Let's switch it up. Let's do this and see how the characters behave in this situation.
I mean, I'm really looking forward to like moving forward now because like Series 8. I mean, yes, it's all big and clever, but it's just so bloody funny.
It's really funny. It's
there's so many little moments. I don't want to give any of them away, but
millions.
There's so many little moments that are just like
Classic,
they're memes on their own, or they would be if it came out now.
Yeah, it's probably the most memeable series, maybe. Both cheeks, man. That's it. But we're gonna have I mean the giant salute as well. It's just fucking insanity.
Oh gosh.
But anyway, that's enough of speculating about that. We'll have all of next Sunday's episode.
It's gonna be a packed one next week because we will be covering 3.
We'll probably cover the 3 together as one because I don't see another way that we'll be able to do it. Might have to start early or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll talk about it.
So I guess we're going to be doing Wet Side Story on Tuesday, are we?
Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely be talking about it tomorrow in Hyperdrive time because it's on in a couple of hours, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Right. What time is it there? Like 6:30.
Yeah, it's 6:30.
Yeah. So it should be within the next few hours, I would imagine, and.
I'm not watching it now. I'm going to bed.
No.
I'll watch it tomorrow, and then I'll review it in Hyperdrive time. And oh god, I can't wait to watch a man fall in love with a fish. Fucking retardation with a capital RTD. Anyway, there we go. That'll do then. We'll be done. That's it for now. Appreciate you guys being here for the show in the audience. Thank you very much, chat.
Much appreciated.
Let's get to some outros then, I suppose. Rhoda, what's coming up for you?
And I'm still trying to come out the other side of this flu so that I can carry on going and
still trying to come out.
I mean, I've got to go to work tomorrow somehow. And I've been in bed for like 36 hours with this bloody
flu. You're still firmly in the center of the situation.
Just blast yourself with some fucking vitamin C and get some more sleep. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I might do some fucking irresponsible thing like go online with some Tomb Raider or something. I probably won't, but I might.
Couldn't hurt. Have some fun.
Yeah,
but yeah. I don't know. I'm still like delirious, so
just see how you feel, mate.
Yeah,
take it one step at a time.
I'll probably try eating something. That might
That's
help.
a good idea.
Consult the whiskey bin, see if that
just pound some whiskey,
see if that alleviates the situation a little bit.
Yeah. Oh well, feel better, mate. I hope it works out.
Yeah, I'll be all right. I'll get there.
Cool. All right then, John. What about you, man?
Tuesday. Well, we'll be back here for the Wet Side Story stuff, but for today, immediately, like I say, I'm gonna watch the next few episodes of Red Dwarf, and then I'll be catching up on the J Awards. Starts today at 3 p.m. Eastern. So I will be getting into that, and then of course this evening, Toasty and I
an hour and a half or so.
Yeah. So I should have enough time to watch the episodes, I would imagine, and catch it. Might have to do a little overlap on the phone, whatever. But yeah, that's the immediate plans. Of course, tonight, Toasty and I are going to be doing something over on her channel on Rumble, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Of course, there throughout the week, Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays at that time. And then, depending on how tomorrow goes, who knows? Maybe we'll catch up for a little bit of jackboxing and some light commentary on things that we'll get into deeper when we get back here for Tuesday to cover Wet Side Story and all the other bullshit that I'm sure is going to occur in the next day or so. As it's that time of year where it seems like nothing really happens, but then there's always like something going on. Like if nothing else, we'll be talking probably about some of this PlayStation stuff, I would imagine. But yeah, always a pleasure being here with everybody, taking time out of their day in the chat, hanging out with us, and always good times, with you fine gentlemen throughout the week. But yeah, with that said, though, I just end as I always do. You all have a wonderful week going forward. Of course, safe travels ahead, and be awesome as always.
Yeah, great. Thanks, man. Sorry about the camera, guys. I don't know what the hell happened. It just froze. It's easier to do it this way without the camera today. It's a shame, but hey, whatever. You see enough of my ugly mug anyway, so who gives a shit? Thank you to everybody who has subscribed to this channel in the last month. We finally hit 12,000. So huzzahs are in order. And fortunately, Blasted passed it, so it's pretty safe that it won't be going down again. So that's great. That's fantastic. Finally, a bit of fucking growth. Perhaps the algorithm has finally forgiven me. I don't know. Hope so. And yeah, so that's a fantastic thing to have going on. Of course, there is a video coming out in a little while, about an hour and a half's time. If you'd like to see that, it's about Zack Snyder getting felted by Netflix. So that's pretty cool. Because apparently everything he wants to make is being cancelled now. Probably because people have figured out that he's not really that bankable. He hasn't actually made anything good in 20 years. So, that's a thing. Well, not 20, maybe like 15.
Yeah,
when was 300? Yeah, about 15 years.
Yeah,
17
well,
years.
Watchmen was decent. So,
okay, Watchmen was okay. Yeah, that's true.
I think that was the last.
But then again, that was that was like.
But that was a good 15 years ago.
17 or 18 years ago. Yeah. So there we go. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here, and also to Discuss Thing for joining us on the panel with the boys. Big thanks to him and St. Hugo, Rhoda, Sardoc, many times, James, OP, Sardoc again, Disgusting again, Skibbity, Sardoc again, T-Gap, Steve with the 20 members, lovely, Seabrew, and Skibbs again. Thank you all very much for your donations. Appreciate you all helps me to keep the family alive, so that's nice. I will be doing Hyperdrive Time tomorrow. Look forward to that. I'll be reviewing the first episode of Wet Side Story, aka The War Between the Land and the Sea. Stupidly long title. And some other topics too, no doubt. Got to farm that content. And that will be tomorrow. Then it will be, of course, us back on Tuesday for WTF Live, where we'll probably talk about our Wet Side Story again, because that's what we do here. And I'm sure you guys will have some opinions as well that you'll want to share. So there's that. And people have been in the comments saying, please review this. I don't want to watch it. Please. So yes, we will.
Yeah,
which means that, oh God, not only do I have to watch it, I have to watch it twice.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm not going to watch it twice.
No.
I mean, I'll watch it and then we'll slideshow it like we do with Red Dwarf.
True enough. But
certainly, I'm not going to bother.
Well, you know what? I will venture to watch it twice, but no guarantees, because they're doing the shooty shit that we had to deal with. There was some of those episodes that I just was like, no, I'm watching it once. That's all I can even bear.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I can even bear that. I just did it.
Yeah. It looks fucking terrible. Hey, we could be wrong. It might end up being the greatest show we've ever seen.
Right.
But I doubt it.
I strongly doubt it, but let's hope so.
I'm not even hoping
it's got way so much stacked against it. You got RTD at his pinnacle of just
peak woke bullshit.
Right.
Reused actors, a message about environmentalism that is the core of the story, and of course a Doctor Who universe.
And it's taking place on Disney Plus.
The Doctor. So, yeah, it's more Disney crap. I play a slop that will be broadcast on BBC One, so that means we'll get to look at the ratings.
Well, yay. I can firmly say they won't be getting any ratings out of me, because I'm going to pirate the shit.
Yeah.
And even that is not going on my hard drive. I'm just going to watch it.
Not going on my hard drive. Fuck's sake. Well, there you go. Anyway, it's looking like shite, especially with that tagline. You know, we inherited their world. They want it back. Fuck off. I couldn't give a fuck about this. All right, that's enough anyway. So yeah, take care, everybody. Have a good one. We'll be back tomorrow. Oh, I'll be back tomorrow anyway, unless Jackbox happens, in which case we'll all be back tomorrow, maybe. But till then, take care. Spike your hair. Fuck Doctor Who. Fuck BBC. Fuck Disney. Fuck Nintendo. I hate having to say that, but I do. Question everything. Respect the fans. Check out the Discord. Link below. Boys of the fans. Can't see me doing it, but I am doing it. Hanging loose, baby. We'll see you next time. Until then, tatty bye.